All right. Hello, everyone. How are you this evening? I'm doing good here myself. Just thought I would start an open line stream, see what's going on. Hopefully, everyone's doing okay. I'm going to go ahead and post this to Twitter, see what. Okay, we got that posted. And hello, Resolute Germ. What's going on today? Hey, Sci-Fi Mombi. How are you? Since I did call it open lines, I might want to put the stream link in. So anyone who wants to join, we go. We got the link in. Get back over to YouTube. Pin message. Message pinned. And Sci-Fi Mombi says, highlight this real quick. After I pick up my kiddo, I'll join you once I'm home. Cool. Give me a couple minutes and I'll join. Cool, Resolute Germ. And hello, Schwario. Last son of K. Hello. How are you? Hopefully everyone's doing well. I'm having a good evening. Gonna have to get out of YouTube. Got getting a little tired of hearing myself. There we go. And people saying hello to each other, that's always good to see. So, how's everyone's weekend going so far? I have to say mine's going pretty well. Just kind of enjoying some peace and quiet. Thought I'd go ahead and come online, see what's going on. And greetings, Kinjack Ben. He says, greetings and salutations from Vallejo, California. Pumpkins for Cap. Well, thank you. And good evening, Admiral Teague. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. Finally, I got my computer working again. It's raining here, but pizza helps. Hey, pizza always helps. Wish I had pizza. I don't, but I wish I had it. And absolutely sci-fi Mombi, pizza makes everything better. You're right. And we got Resolute Germ.
How you doing, Captain?
Doing good. How are you?
Not too bad.
So what's going on?
It is sunny and warm, and I am pissed off about it. This stuff should have been a month behind me by now.
Well, it's overcast and cool here, so.
Oh, you're lucky. We're saying it'd top out at 80 degrees today.
Ooh.
Not exactly natural for me.
Well, this time of year it should be cooler.
Yeah. It's disgustingly bright and warm.
Let's see here. Sci-Fi Mommy says lasagna helps too. My son's birthday dinner tonight. Cool.
Yeah. Happy birthday to your son.
Absolutely. And we're going to welcome Admiral Teague.
Hey. So you can
Hey.
Teague.
Hey, Germ. It's good to see both of you. Two great guys I love hanging out with. So your computer's been fritzing on you? Is that why you were like in and out last night a little bit?
Yeah. Finally, my computer did the blue screen of death, and
that was it, right? It's time.
No, ever since then it's been fine.
Sometimes you do have like that event where it seems to die and come back, right? It's like is it Waking Ned Divine where the guy keeps dying and waking up? It's like, I'm actually all right. I think that's the movie.
Now that one Tom Cruise movie, Live, Die, Repeat.
That might have been it.
That was a catchphrase.
Wasn't that Mission Impossible 2? Live, Die, Repeat?
No, that's the franchise as a whole at this point.
I just, Tandy Newton is really beautiful and she can kind of act. And she's in all these great franchises, but always the worst movie. She's in Mission Impossible 2 and she's in Star Wars, but it's Solo. I feel for her. It's just like she's like the franchise Undertaker. I mean, I guess Mission Impossible shook it off, but Star Wars has not recovered.
I still have never seen Solo.
It's not as bad of a movie.
Oh, guess he crashed.
I
It is a bad movie.
hate when that happens.
Valencio is currently 90 degrees. Well, Ken Jack, you must Valencio must be in the southwestern corner of hell. That is just wrong.
Let's see here. Vallejo, California. 90 degrees. No, thank you. I think we got Teague back.
Kathleen Kennedy heard me there. Yeah. No, that movie, if that movie had been about other people and had nothing to do with Star Wars, it would have plugged its way up to a bad, mediocre movie. But it was a mediocre movie at best, and it was just a terrible Star Wars movie. And the things they layered in there, they're not going to be able to get rid of, like droids having a feeling of being oppressed. Like, that was really stupid.
Yeah, that doesn't translate to live action.
And C-3PO was very happy to follow R2-D2 because R2-D2 had human instruction, and R2-D2 was very happy to just do what the humans told him to do. He was only as smart as like a Jack Russell Terrier.
Wow.
Yeah. It is an idea they explored in some of the, I believe it made it to some comics, and it was a backstory in some novels, but it just doesn't translate to live action.
I would believe it if you told me that you had made a lot of these droids and here and there a couple of them had become self-aware, but having them all be like oppressed and unhappy all the time, that's what I want to see. I want to see a Star Wars street populated with the oppressed, the downtrodden, and robot slaves. It's escapism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to be joining us tomorrow for the 350 member celebration? Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, you
went
really
from-
picked up there for about 24 hours.
That 300 member celebration is now going to have to be followed immediately by the 353 member celebration. And thanks to everyone who decided to join. And thanks to you guys. You've been on the show, and both of you, especially you, Cap, have been like enormous help and just enormous like comfort to have with me there. You know, it's we all know this is a tough thing to do.
Oh, it is. You're right.
I may appear to be unbothered and natural at it, but like everyone else, right before I go on, like tell me you don't have like an emotional crash for a minute. You're like, oh, not good enough. I'm not good enough. I gotta dig down and really be entertaining. Can I do it again? Can I pull it off? And you know, just do your best. Hey, happy birthday to Sci-Fi Mombi's son.
Yes. Happy birthday to your son, Sci-Fi Mombi.
He's a lucky child. He has a mom who loves him. And who loves the Orville.
Yes.
We're not changing anything. Sunday night, we're going to go with the same guests. And we're going to watch another episode of the Orville.
And hello to the lovely Sherry.
She's from Queens.
Really?
Hello, lovely. Yes, hello, lovely Sherry. How are you liking the overcast weather and rain? Yeah, she's from Queens. Queens is big, by the way. She could live up to like 40 minutes away from me by car. Like, Queens is rather large. It's much larger than Manhattan. I think more people live here than live in Nebraska.
Queens.
Excuse me?
There seems to be a good deal of people on this little YouTube circle that's from the Queens area.
It's the largest single part of our biggest, of like really one of our biggest cities, right? I guess LA is bigger, but LA covers a lot more square miles. New York, it's like, this is a true stat. Every time I try to re-verify it, it comes up true. There are 280 million Americans. 30 million American adults work in New York from Monday to Friday. That's like 12% of everybody, including children.
Wow.
When
Pretty close.
300,000 people drive past my house on their way to work each way, both rush hours, as one of the 8 bridges across the Hudson. It is kind of close by. It's incredible. And like, you go out there and you're like, how can asphalt get worn down? I see them pave the street, and 2 weeks later, it looks like Beirut.
I was wrong, Ken Jack. You don't live in hell. Teague does.
No, hell is about 45 minutes outside of Boston. I can get pizza here. Despite that conspicuous, horrible crime, the reason why it was conspicuous is because it's fairly rare. More New Yorkers die in a week of Law and Order shows than do in real life. It's actually a fairly safe city.
Yeah, but there's so many of you.
There's so many of us, and we're everything, right? Like, one day we'll do a show where we just pull up my 23andMe and have some laughs. Holy, it's preposterous. My mom was laughing so hard because, like, I'm adopted, so like we got the test. I didn't open it. I let her read the results to me. I'm like, we've been on this journey a long time together, Mom. I think you should know first. And she started laughing.
So, I'm guessing a history of clownage in your family?
It's what it is.
A long line of circus performers?
A long line of circus performers, 2 members of the Union Army, a World War II sailor, a Vietnam soldier, a bunch of guys from the Army of Occupation from Spain over to Cuba who oppressed them. So, like, I've just got oppressor in my genes.
Yeah, that fits for New York.
I've been here so long that I'm part Dutch as well. Like, I guess, like, maybe like some part of my lineage might trace back to the original European New Yorkers. And I'm supposing the Native American stuff comes from the Caribbean, but who knows? There are Native Americans in New York City when the Dutch were here. I don't know. I mean, I'm not Elizabeth Warren. I'm just 900 times more Native American than her at 3%. It's so ridiculous. I would never claim to be one. I have a little bit of ancestry.
Cool.
I guess. I mean, I don't know how much they enjoyed becoming part of this. I don't know the circumstances of the incorporation, whether it was a happy marriage or like one of my ancestors just at the edge of a village on his horse, like, "Ooh, we're going to burn this place down." I don't know.
It doesn't really matter at this point.
Let's just pretend it was a happy marriage.
It was like Little House on the Prairie. A Michael Landon type guy from New York went out there and he found like this beautiful woman, and it was just like Last of the Mohegans, except that his girlfriend was a Mohegan instead of another white chick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a movie that someone should probably have a watch party for. It's brief, it's really good, and it's intense.
I don't think I've seen that in maybe 20 years.
Michael Mann, who did Miami Vice, made it. So it features a lot of things done very quickly. And it's a movie that lends itself. It's a very exciting movie to watch once. But because there's so much in there that he doesn't spend time developing, he just shows it to you and moves on. It's a really good second view. Like when they're hiding in this one area, they're like, where are we? He's like, it's an Indian burial ground. And they don't say anything, but like a shot shows up into the tree limbs and there's blankets tied to the trees. And that that's exactly how Indians buried their dead. They didn't bury them in the ground. So, Pet Cemetery, guys, that does not quite hold up to reality. But that's the kind of stuff you get in Last of the Mohicans. I loved it.
I guess it's a required taste.
I haven't seen that in so many years. I'd have to watch it again.
What I appreciate about the movie is it moves fairly quickly. It's not a dull or slow movie. But what stunned me was when I IMDb'd it, Madeline Stowe, who's the love interest, she had played a younger character in a in another movie, a totally different production, but with the Last of the Mohican character. Like, I believe there's a prequel or a sequel to that book with the same character. And she played someone in a movie of that too, which was strange.
Wow.
I miss Madeline Stowe. If only we could have kept her young forever. Remember how beautiful she was in 12 Monkeys?
I don't really remember 12 Monkeys.
I don't either.
So I try to keep that out of mind because the movie wasn't that great. The series wasn't great either.
It doesn't make sense. The series is terrible. It's by the idiot who makes New Trek. It's Alex Kurtzman, I believe. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Terry Matalas.
Oh, Terry Matalas, who everyone seems to think is so wonderful because of Picard season 3.
I know, we all got abused as much as everyone else. I mean, maybe they didn't name us the way they named, say, Nerdrotic when they were attacking the people who were against the show, and the way they named Doomcock. But then they changed showrunners, and just because the guy doesn't have purple hair, and I won't call him charming, I'll just say he's only just so offensive, everybody cooms. And they show that they're exactly what they hate. Like, a bunch of people make the mistake of going to his premiere in his little theater in his house, and like free drinks and like a 5-star dinner and everything that Hollywood can offer you. And to his credit, Critical Drinker was like, what I saw was good, but I can't vouch for the whole thing. But other people were just like, Star Trek it's finally back. This is something I've been dreaming about for a long time. It's just like, this is terrible. Where are your standards? And that's when you realize some people, maybe their focus really is that they're just more of a true comic book fan, and Star Wars is just no more important. Star Trek is no more important to them than, say, Moon Knight.
Well, they're completely different genres, at least in my mind. You can't compare Marvel to Star Trek or Star Wars. They're nothing alike.
I'm just saying, in the eye of the beholder, right? If you're a person who is prone to be a fan of things, if you read Tolkien, if you like George R.R. Martin and stuff like that, if you tend to collect comic books, if you like sci-fi, we found out that some of these people like something like She-Hulk or something like Moon Knight, which is good, still good, it meant just as much to them as the entire franchise of Star Trek. Because the same people who were absolutely devastated about that Moon Knight show, and rightfully so, it was horrible, they were just like cooming about this girl power Star Trek Picard show that was so different and so much better than the other girl power Star Trek shows. Get out of here. It was the same thing. The bad dialogue people moved on to Rings of Power, and the bad dialogue left with them. But what we were left with still wasn't so good. And hey, Last Son of K. And hello, JP's Tabernic. And Ken Jack Ben. It's nice to see everybody.
JP's. Yeah, it's. I don't know what it is.
I honestly think it's the success of the Crime Story. Crime shows, NCIS is kind of an imitation of SVU, right? We all acknowledge that one show's around for 10 years before the other shows up. So NCIS is, and it's also CSI is thrown in there too, but they don't go as gory, right? Like they're not like repulsing you. It's literally made for my mom. My mom sits home and watches NCIS. Like she'll watch the whole 5-episode marathon. And then like Law and Order SVU come on and she'll be like, I don't care for this show. It's too graphic. And I'm like, it's kind of the same show. And she's like, no, it's not. Jethro has a hobby. These people just are cops all the time. And I'm like, but it is kind of true. Like we only have found out in the last few seasons that like on SVU, they've started to flesh out that she has a life. She goes places with her son. She has another child or her son's like partially adopted into another family, something like that. I don't watch it a lot, but when I do, like I've noticed that finally the cops do have a little bit of personal life, because on SVU, the only time we found out about anyone's personal life was one day we found out that Stabler's wife and daughter were like kidnapped, right? And then that starts like a whole story arc that gets him off the show for 10 years.
Yep.
That's about the time I stopped giving a crap. I mean, I only gave a crap because it was literally the only thing they put on Daytime USA.
You know what the deal is to me? Everybody here probably kind of likes AC/DC, right? We all kind of like AC/DC. Like
Yeah.
And while we might own some AC/DC records, if it comes on like your playlist on your phone or something, you'll listen to it. It's pleasant, but like you're not like, let me go put on Thunderstruck. Let me go put on Back in Black. I want to hear You Shook Me All Night Long one more time, because God knows if you walk down the street, you'll hear You Shook Me All Night Long in a car driving by.
You Shook Me All Night Long has a lot of play.
I love that song.
If you're of a certain generation, that's the song you listen to on prom night.
I think the prom song for my generation was Forever Young by Alphaville. Slow version.
I have no idea what that is.
You never heard that one? I don't want to sing it, for obvious reasons. You never went to I guess you've never been to like a new wave kind of club back in the day, huh? Because you would have heard that one for sure. Oh, it was
not a new
wave.
The whole Depeche Mode stuff. Not a big fan of those guys.
It grew on me from going to those clubs because I didn't want to go to the disco. Then I started going to the disco and I realized that it was actually fun too. I don't know. I like going out.
I realized the girls at the disco were a little bit nicer.
The girls at the disco were a little bit nicer and had a higher class of venereal disease, but the girls at the goth club were still pretty cute, man. Yeah,
it's like a pint of your blood.
Yes, it's like my new girlfriend looks like Angelina Jolie. Unfortunately, she also acts like her. Angelina Jolie said a couple of things that I find hard to believe, like that seem self-contradicting. How about, does anyone believe her accusation that Brad Pitt would smoke weed all day and then work himself up into a fit and start yelling? I'm like, those two things don't sound like they work together. It's like, I more believe the part where Brad Pitt looks like he doesn't shower for days on end.
That part makes sense.
Yeah.
He looks like a soap dodger, but the part where he smokes weed all day till he works himself up into an angry fit, I'm like, what does he have? The total opposite reaction to weed that everybody else has?
Unless he's smoking something else.
Yeah, it's like sitting there smoking crack because he has to be married to Angelina Jolie, and she's like, "What do you do?" He's like, "I'm just smoking weed." They'd be like, "Fuck him out!"
Well, that weed is laced with some crack. Yeah.
I just crushed up some nice, relaxing crack that our kid bought back for us. By the way, the kid's saying some strange shit. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie somehow managed to navigate that without being dragged in public. Their kid went non-binary, and they just sort of pretended it wasn't happening until the kid woke up one day and went back to being like whatever they were born as, right? Brad and Angelina's daughter is now their daughter again, right? Instead of like she lived as like a boy from like ages 8 to 11, and they're like, it's a phase. And the kid just woke up one day and was like, wow, it was a phase.
Kind of hard to track. They have a lot of kids. Not too many of them actually theirs.
This is the one I think is actually theirs because the kid is pretty similar looking. But you're right. She went and she pulled a Mia Farrow, as we say. I don't know. As an adopted person, the two things I'm glad that didn't happen to me is I didn't end up in a church orphanage, and I wasn't adopted by Woody and Mia. I'll pass on the money.
You're not exactly Woody's type.
Who knows? He's weird. I just know that when that happened, my mother, who of course is an adopted mother, went off the wall about how much she hated him, and she will not let a movie of his be put on in the house. She thinks he's a lowlife, and she disavows any movies from him before. She won't watch the movies from before either. He sickened her. She was like, that's a disgusting betrayal of trust to his daughter. That's not his wife. It's his daughter. He's a pig. What a disgusting man. He's not coming over here for lunch ever. And it's like, wow, mom likes everyone. Even likes me.
I mean, wow.
It did look bizarre where he was going to the Knick game every week with his daughter, and then like they don't go for a month, and when they go again, she's wearing a wedding ring, and it's been this huge scandal, and he's just pretending it didn't happen.
Yeah, that's odd. A little weird.
As an adopted person, I feel a little weird about him. I feel like he's totally sauce. But I'll watch movies from before he did what he did. Some of them really are funny. I'm sorry. He was funny in some movies. And if he didn't write the movie and he's just in it, I'll give that movie a pass. Like that satirical Bond movie he's in, that movie's still funny. That's a David Niven movie. He's just in it. You guys know the one I'm talking about, right? Casino Royale 1.
Oh, yeah.
Of all people, the hot naked chick that's like pinned down in his like laboratory, I think is the big heifer mom from my big fat Greek mother-in-law wedding movies. I think it's the same actress.
And we have Sci-Fi Mombi.
Hey, she was here. God, she'll be back. She's sorting the transporter buffer. Let me just see if I can work on the Heisenberg couplings for a moment. Hey, Sci-Fi
Hey,
Mommy.
Hello. What's up?
We moved from talking on Twitter to talking on the internet. Well, we're still talking on the internet, but now we're talking on YouTube.
So have you had dinner yet?
No. Still waiting.
Ah.
Oh my God. I had the best New York City pizza.
That's what your ex.
Whoa.
Oh, wait. What
The heck?
is that?
Well, you're phasing between universes like an episode solely in Web.
I was going to say, is this Loki season 2, episode 1?
Oh my God!
I wouldn't know. I'm not watching that crap.
Snail and I watched Doomcock together for a while in the recording studio for the show after the show. Because I was pretty overwhelmed after what happened on the show. So I jumped into the Doomcock chat just to say hi to all my friends and say hi to Doomcock. But I was like still amped up from what happened, and like Snail's like, I think what we should do is perhaps make an upload. And I'm like, yeah, let's watch Loki episode 1. We'll hate it. And he was just like, this is terrible garbage.
Yeah, I heard him. I watched you guys this afternoon, and I was like, man, that's hilarious, because I was sitting there going, this is shit.
Did you notice that, like, the impetus for whatever is going on this season happens off screen between seasons? We end everybody's pals. We go back and unexplained, he's running away in terror from the people from the TVA.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the only one with the new information that would make them want to go after him, even if it would. I don't even know if that information is like, oh yeah, so like it's basically he knows who's on the dollar bill and they don't. It's like, oh yeah, so that's who's on the dollar bill. Wow, we've just been using quarters all our lives, but it's like it's not shocking or anything like that. But it just starts like they're chasing him, he's running, and then they copy that scene from Attack of the Clones, and it was bad.
Mm-hmm. And Owen Wilson stepping out there in the time stream, you're going, what? You can do that?
He can do anything if he could lose a fight to a 5 foot tall, 82-pound woman who straight arm knocked his ass the fuck out. He was on the floor crying. Remember that? Oh, he's not hit me anymore. She just one punch and she overwhelmed him. I was like, is this Batwoman?
I don't know why you even bother watching it. There was nothing in season 1 to give any hint that season 2 would be anything but torturous.
No, we watched it basically on a goof and to have something for our channel members. And because I like watching stuff with Snail, it's more fun to like. I can actually have a good time if I watch with Captain or if I watch with Snail or any of the other people from the show. We have a good time because our expectation is low. 2, it never achieves immersion. And 3, like we just start mocking it. If you watch 1923, it's a lot quieter. Like I try to speak a little bit so that people listening later will have an idea. But yeah, like during 1923, we're paying attention. It's good.
Yeah, I just try to give it a chance. Like, just go right, like I tell everybody, watch it one time. If you don't like it, don't do it again. It's the motto I raised my kids with. If you don't like that food, try it once. Don't eat anymore.
I thought pizza looked like the Hornet from Star Trek.
That's what season 1 was.
Of Loki?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was new to us.
Screw you. Marvel can go away.
The thing about season 1 of Loki was that things sort of spun real fast out of control. Like they still had the goodwill of the other MCU, and you're like, okay, maybe Captain Marvel was this outlier, and the movies will get better again. But then, like when we see, Endgame is whatever, it's all right. But then when we see Loki, it's like within the first 2 minutes, he gets beat up, taken down, stripped naked, thrown around, called a loser, treated like a loser, starts crying, and you're like, what the hell? He's crying inside of 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this big bad guy, they spent a lot of time saying this is Loki from Avengers, so he's evil. He hasn't gone through the character development yet. Yeah, we got that done in 3 minutes. It turns out we didn't need 11 years of movies to reform Loki. What a shock. That's stupid.
You would think him being beat around by the Hulk would have reformed him by then. I mean, good God.
And it was such a great show that they gave the writer Willow. I just want Jonathan Kasdan, you have no fucking talent. You're as good of a writer as your mother, and you're as handsome as your dad. Just give it up. Give it up. Everything you write is shit. You have not written one good thing. Your solo movie is trash. Your Willow show has been deleted. Fucking Loki is absolute trash. You're a trash writer. Just do something else with your life. Like, I don't know. Like, take up tennis. Become a lawyer. You've got money. Please shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
I got the first $1,000 now to start the law office of Kurtzman and Kasdan. Just get them out of fucking TV.
Well, that's a malpractice suit waiting to happen.
When they get sued by their own employees because they hired the wokest people and then said the wrong thing around them.
That too. But they're incompetent at writing and everything in Hollywood. You think they'll be any better at law?
I think
These
they'll
people don't
accidentally
have innate talent. So whatever
I
they
think-
pursue, they're going to crash and burn.
look at Harvey Weinstein. He ran a fucking hostile work environment.
Yeah, that's the definition of toxicity right there.
Yeah,
when
but Harvey
Florence-
had something going for him. He knew what he was doing.
But
Kurtzman,
didn't
no.
Professionally, he
surprised.
did.
I was surprised. Our pal Appion reviewed From Dusk Till Dawn, and he did a great job on it. Check it out. But I was looking at the credits because they for a moment, like, and anyone can be mistaken for this mistake. They're like, and Quentin Tarantino's directing, and I mean, you know, Robert Rodriguez. And I was thinking on it for a minute. I'm like, let me look at the credits for this one. Alex fucking Kurtzman wrote that. I am so sure that Quentin Tarantino was like, well, this dialogue sucks. Let me just fix these mistakes here where you accidentally contradict yourself, where you say that the building is 300 years old and has the architectural style of the 1950s and clearly was built in 1959. That doesn't work in the same sentence. I'm going to fix that for you.
He may have copied down what Tarantino told him.
I think Tarantino just simply like didn't speak a lot of the dialogue that was written for that character and just said what he wanted to. And Rodriguez was like, it's fine. And then like after a couple of weeks, George Clooney was like, I think Alex would be better off the set. Like, we don't need his writing suggestions and input. Like, well, yesterday when he suggested that the whole movie should turn on a dime and that Juliette Lewis should become the star and that me and Quentin should hide while she protects us. That's pretty stupid. Like, I don't know. And he keeps talking about how he's going to bring that to Star Wars. Good luck with that. No, keep him off the set. Like, it really is surprising that that's an Alex Kurtzman story and that we have a more or less, like, I guess she's on the team. She's an equal, but like, you know, like, if he wrote that now, like, tell me it wouldn't just be, oh my God, what do we do? And Juliette Lewis be like, stand back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But personally, I think Tarantino stopped giving a damn after the whole striptease. Then the rest, his idea was, there's this nice striptease. Then the rest of the movie happens. Who cares? Let's just wrap that up.
It's not his movie. He didn't direct it. It's the Book of Boba Fett guy, Robert Rodriguez.
Who is
So, like,
basically Tarantino's best pal, one of Tarantino's
Right.
best pals.
but he
So they
benefited from
I
it.
guarantee they both had input on what was going on.
That's like but
He's
isn't
probably the same mind that, hey, striptease, nice. Oh, there's the rest of this. I don't give a crap.
it's like, once my character's dead, the movie can go off the rails. I don't give a fuck. Because the movie does basically go off the rails once he's no longer around to tell them. But there's not much movie left, right? So they didn't screw up the action scene. But I mean, when I say Book of Boba Fett director Robert Rodriguez made this movie, like, it really makes, and Star Trek Discovery writer Alex Klutzman wrote it. It's like, how did this succeed? How did it end up being good?
I don't
Let's
think
face
it
it.
is that good.
It's entertaining though, and you can watch it more than once as long as you don't watch it like 2 days in a row. But yeah, like the
Yeah,
sequel
you can
proved
watch
it was a
Selma
long note.
Hayek over and
Watch it
over
every
again.
day.
The rest of it, who freaking cares?
How did you know my VHS tape was all scarred up and burned out during that striptease? No,
Wasn't
it's
the
not worth
only
it all.
one. There's 10 million
Many-
copies across this country that have that exact same scar.
Men of a certain age have masturbated to a wavy, frozen picture of Salma Hayek pouring tequila down her leg. It's just the way it is.
Hey, Ken Jack Ben.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Kenjack.
Yeah, you're
Hey,
5x5. Welcome. Saw you in the chat the other day. It's nice to meet you officially in this capacity.
Thank you very much. I just came in here because I had a few things I wanted to say, and
Go
you guys
for
can
it.
go ahead, continue your conversation. I'll see if I can jump in if I have something to contribute. But I just disagree with most of the critique that everybody's giving about all of these shows. That they sit there and they say Star Wars sucks, this sucks. They don't talk about the obvious reasons why. And the reason why is the socio-political agenda behind all of it. That's the reason why everything sucks. It's not because they're bad writing, but they're bad writing for a reason. The reason
Pretty
they're doing
sure
it
we
is-
said it last night when we reviewed Star Wars.
Mhm.
You said both Star Wars and Star Trek have gone down the toilet for the same reason. But go ahead.
not you. But other people say
Thank
that
you.
the show sucks for monetary gain, and that's why they're doing it. They've been doing it for years, and they've been saying the same thing over and over and over again. First, they said it was the socio-political agenda, but that is the main reason why. And it's not just because they suck at writing. It's not for these other reasons. It's their socio-political agenda where they're trying to make it impossible for people to relate to one another across political lines by ruining the thing that we coalesce around, the culture.
Exactly. None of these people could tell us what Star Wars means.
And the other thing is that okay, when you say that Boba Fett sucks, but they're doing these certain things that they're doing, but they've always done it. They've always taken from the EU and discarded what they needed because they removed Splinter of the Mind's Eye completely from the canon of Star Wars, and no one complains about it. And the only piece of it they took
That is a
was
shame too.
All the books are removed from the Star Wars canon. All
now
of
they
them.
are. Before
That's
the only
true.
one.
Yeah,
Star Trek
before
as well.
Lucas deliberately had them in canon, and J.J. Abrams shit all over it.
Well, yeah. he
Wasn't
did.
Lucas agnostic? Didn't he say, like, right out there?
No, he
if you choose to believe these books are canon, they don't conflict with my movies at all, so it's fine.
They would actually
Right?
go to George,
His view was it's fine.
they would actually go to George Lucas
No.
for approval of the books. He would have
Yeah.
to sign off all of them, and he had
Well,
a in canon 9-book series.
He had a
called
person
the Use of
that
War.
watched over that.
And
He
he
also had-
actually had the books memorized. He knew every plot line, and he and Timothy Zahn were like best friends there for a while.
And why wouldn't you have Timothy Zahn write your damn movie, JJ? I mean, these
Exactly.
hacks from Star Trek Discovery, we already
But
knew they
JJ
sucked. We
Abrams-
saw.
Because
what he did with
J.J.
Star
Abrams is the ultimate. He's the ultimate guy who hates Hollywood because he grew up around it. This is my assessment
Yep.
of his character and why he does what he
You're
does.
right.
He hates Hollywood. He grew up around it, and it's a crafted grift. It's a grift. He's trying to fleece all of the people that he grew up around for the most money he can possibly get. And he's a purveyor of what I like to call finely crafted crap. He does it on purpose.
I like that.
He
Yeah,
does it
I
on
tend
purpose.
to
I like
agree with you. I tend to agree with you. If we could all go back in time and stop regarding Henry from being made, we could save the planet
I
from
actually
terrible
like
stories.
regarding Henry, though. That's the problem. I like regarding Henry. If we
I
could
do
stop
too.
him from doing anything else after regarding Henry was a great movie, and it wasn't because of Abrams. It was because of Harrison Ford's performance.
It's Harris's performance.
So you guys don't like Air Force One either? That's one of my other
still
favorite
like it.
movies.
I
love
still
that
like
movie.
it, but it's
See,
I
and that
never
shows
thought it
that
was
he's
great.
capable of-
Dumb, but it's fun.
It shows that
that's
he's
where I
capable
am
of-
with it.
And
It's
The
up there with
Fugitive.
Cowboys. It was like Cowboys and Aliens. The Fugitive's a little bit better than the other two.
Mhm.
The Fugitive is
Oh.
actually a fairly
Don't
high
bring up
quality
that
movie.
movie.
Some parts
we
of The Fugitive are dumb, but
No,
it's
not The
fairly high
Fugitive.
quality.
Cowboys and Aliens. Don't bring up that
Cowboys
movie.
and Aliens was dumb, but I had fun taking my 8-year-old nephew at the time to it. He loved it, right? Because he thought it was Indiana Jones. But The Fugitive was a little bit better than those other movies. It had some substance to it, and the sequel to it, Us Marshals, is terrible. So skip
Mhm.
that.
Are we talking about Harrison Ford movies or just movies that have J.J. Abrams involved?
That's at this point we're just talking Harrison Ford, because I don't think JJ has a one tentacle on The Fugitive, right?
What I
Oh.
was saying is that J.J. Abrams, the movies he did in the past, like he was 18 when he wrote regarding Henry. So that proves that he's capable of doing good work. Because that movie's pretty good, and Harrison Ford's performance is great. And
Here's a question for you: would that movie work if we took out Harrison Ford and we had just say not the big one, but say Beau Bridges, who's also a capable actor but just not as charismatic? Are we talking about
no.
it anymore? Does anyone care? Does it go anywhere?
No.
Right? Didn't it?
care.
if his
No one would-
best friend, if his father's best friend wasn't Steven Spielberg, and Steven Spielberg and George Lucas's De Niro wasn't Harrison Ford, that movie would have had nobody in it. He gets the movie through simony anyway, right? And nepotism. But
Yes,
but
that's
yeah,
the
it's
whole point. That's
it's
the whole
all
point
right.
of his ire. That's the whole point of his ire. He doesn't know that he's good. He doesn't know, even with his best effort, he can never know that it's true because of the nepotism that surrounded him his entire life. So
What
that's
did you
probably
think?
why he doesn't like Hollywood. He doesn't like anything about it, and he's trying to grift them into oblivion. And
I don't
also
think he realized this would come back to bite him. I think he thought what he was doing was sustainable. I think he's that
cares
naive.
because he has enough money.
Now he doesn't care. I think at the moment, though, he
Mhm.
thought that was sustainable, especially at the end of Lost. Watch his TED talk at the end of Lost, where he's dancing on a head of a pin to try not to explain how he's going to write his way out of it. And he's already got Star Trek, but he's not really letting on about it. And you can see just how vapid he is.
I don't see that simply because I noticed this pattern that he did when he was making his shows. It starts off with a franchise because he's planning to ruin. I believe he planned to ruin all the franchises that he touched. He planned to
Well, he
ruin.
couldn't ruin Lost, but he did introduce us to the idea of a franchise that jumps the shark in the script stage before we see it.
Well,
So I believe he planned.
Can we ask a question though? Did he actually sinisterly want to run them, or did he just have good ideas that he thought he could reboot? All
It's the first one.
franchises?
No, it's the first one.
Okay,
If you listen to his Star Trek 09 commentary, has anyone here heard it?
I'm gonna have to go listen.
He's fucking hateful of Star Trek fans and Star Trek lore
Right.
and everything to do with Star Trek. And he openly is like, now here what I did was I improved the problem with Star Trek, and then he circles back to say, and I'm sure that the fans, oh God, they're gonna have they'll have some kind of problem that my Captain Kirk isn't tough enough. But the fact is my Captain Kirk is an improvement because I made him exactly like Indiana Jones. And I'm like, we noticed this. We noticed he's just like Indiana Jones. And it's just like he self-fillates and spikes the football on Gene Roddenberry and the fans over and over. You know, it's tough.
Okay.
He's a dick.
So the other thing that I was gonna say is that there's a pattern with his ruining franchises, and he makes the companies that sign contracts with him sign a contract that they can't get out of, and he has provisions in the contract that he gets paid either way. So he gets if they want out of the contract, they have to give him a whole lot of money. So he gets paid whether he does good or not. So quality is not assured, and he can just
In fact,
ruin it.
the worse he does, the more he makes, which is what they tried to do with Star Trek Discovery. Netflix kind of prevailed in an arbitration where they said that they were making the worst possible show they could so that they would get their buyout and move on to writing the crime shows that they wanted to write.
It's not that Paramount or any of those other companies don't know. They didn't know when they signed the contract what they were.
They didn't exist as such. Those companies don't exist as such. If you trace it back, and like I found this out following of all horrible things, Anna Sarkeesian's tale to see what the hell she was all about. She starts getting active when we have like a real contraction in movie houses. We went from like 16 different independent movie houses to about 5 around 2008. And by 2012, all the other independent streams of films, like that 16 streams of films, had dried up into like 4 or 5. And that's when people start like making like hypercritical attacks on things like for the attitude of the movie, and when like this whole woke thing happens.
So I noticed
it coincides with a lack of distribution.
I noticed the pattern of him. He starts off with Stargate, which is a franchise nobody really notices, and he starts off with that one. Then they create a Stargate universe, which nobody who watched Stargate Atlantis or SG-1 liked at all. Nobody liked that film, those shows. And
did he got his hands on a Stargate show?
Yes.
I was not aware of this.
When was that?
Stargate Universe is Bad Robot.
Is it Bad Robot Alex Kurtzman and Robert Orci, or Bad Robot J.J. Abrams? Because that's how this problem kind of starts.
It's after Battlestar Galactica, which I don't like because I like the original. And he ruined Battlestar Galactica, in my opinion. And I hated that show because it was nothing.
That's Ronald D. Moore.
Yeah, but he's part of that whole crew.
See, I
He's
thought
still
Star-
part of Bad Robot. Bad
I have
Robot
good
is
feelings
J.J.
about
Abrams'
BSG.
backup.
I love both Battlestar Galactica's Ken Jack, but I will
Yeah.
say this: they went one season too far in the reboot because that last season only has like 2 good episodes, and they happen to be the second to last one.
My biggest problem with that show is that if everyone's a Cylon, then no one's a Cylon, and there's no such thing as a Cylon.
Yeah, that happens when they go like a little too far. They went a bit too far in a few places.
So that show was the first test bed. Let's see if we can ruin this show and nobody will know. We can get our money, and then they did. They made it good enough so that nobody noticed that they ruined it, and then they went on to the next one, which was Stargate, a show that everyone likes, has a good following, and then they go, can we ruin this one? Yeah, we ruined that one. That one's a piece of crap. It's finely crafted crap. Finely crafted crap is crap you don't notice until it's too late.
But what you're saying is like it's sort of like The Force Awakens, where I went in hating it because I knew what he was all about. But with The Force Awakens, for like the people who weren't aware of what was going to go on, the damage sort of accrues and reaches like a cataclysmic point right before the movie ends, when you start making these realizations, like when Luke Skywalker turns around and looks and the movie ends and you're like, what the hell did I just watch?
Yes. And that's what he did with all those other shows. He was doing it over time. They were making it worse and worse and worse. And then finally they figured it out. They figured it out by the time they got to Star Trek, and they just basically, okay, let's put this one thing in there. Let's put this one thing in there that'll just ruin the show retroactively. And the ruin the show retroactively is that they destroy Vulcan.
That was a crazy thing to do. It was wrong. And
Yes.
I would say honestly, the final piece of the puzzle for the J.J. Abrams style of mystery box hateful towards canon writing is the invention of the meat shield character, where you put a Reva character out there so that people will go after this particularly bad character, and you can just make sure that character is from a community considered to be oppressed, and you can just be like, you just don't hate Reva. You all hate Reva because she's black, and it's like, no, man, we hate Reva because that shit's dumb.
It's a bait and switch character as well, and it's mostly what J.J. Abrams was doing when he did all of the stuff that he did during the early 2000s and leading up to it. Because I know J.J. Abrams had a lot to do with Battlestar Galactica. Even though it was Ronald D. Moore, he may have done the spec script or the outline. Maybe he was doing show stuff. But
there was another thing we could do. I guess we could all go see Cloverfield 3 times so that movie would have been a success, and he would have had his own franchise to suck up, because that was an interesting approach, at least for the first one. He almost gets his own monster and franchise off the ground.
Yeah, but I don't think he would have done anything with it. It's kind of like Xbox. Xbox has all these franchises, and they just buy them to keep them out of the hands of their competition. And that's what they did with J.J. Abrams. They kept him to keep him out of the hands so he's not competition, as well as his own plan working behind the scenes, I believe.
Well, he's pretty sidelined right now. What's the property he's trying to bring out there? And he's up to his usual tricks. It's going to be a different race and gender from what we remember, but here comes J.J. Abrams' take on, I don't know.
He was in charge for about half a second until people just like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. That would have been the ultimate ruination plan right there. He would have ruined Superman.
Yeah, his Superman, I think we all know right now, would have been African American. His Superman probably would have been either gay or female. By the middle of the movie, he would have found a way to get it to that. Or it would have featured like a Lois Lane, who is the brains of the Superman operation, and who just go around kicking down doors and lasering people like Homelander. And she would be like, so now what we need to do to establish justice is for you to go kill those other Kryptonians, like me go do now. That was the kind of Superman he would have given us.
They did in Zack Snyder's, I call Zack Snyder's version of the DC universe, Murder Man and Murder Man. He's Murder Man. He's not Superman. He's Murder Man.
I called him Massive Collateral Damage Man.
That sounds like a Ren and Stimpy character.
It does. But I mean, yeah, that movie was so badly done with Man of Steel that even in Flash, they're going back and trying to repair the damage of the apparent indifference everyone had to the attack on the city. Zack Snyder just had bad scripts, people, man. Chris Terrio can't write a story.
Why is it whenever I watch the TV series about Superman or even Batman for that matter, they always tried to lead the danger away from the city. And this guy couldn't even be bothered.
So, like, basically the first thing he says is, I've got to draw them away from where people are. Like Spider-Man, Superman, Batman. It's what makes them heroes. That's why,
but it also
like
makes it
Ben
so that the
Affleck,
villain can use the people against him.
Who's a more evil Punisher like Superman, Robert Pattinson or Ben Affleck?
I don't know. I think Ben Affleck is secondary murder bat. He's
pretty murderous. Yeah,
murder bat.
Murders a lot of people.
He does. When he pulled that car and flipped it over, and just crashed into a building, like who cares about that?
Or he cuts through that truck with 50 caliber machine guns.
Yeah, and then the first thing he says to Superman is, "Do you bleed?" That's psychotic.
And yeah, and you know what was really weird about that? It was Superman was so far away. I'm like, okay, he has super hearing, but then Superman responds like, "Listen, we can work this out." And I'm like, why not use your super voice? Because that fight,
yeah.
If you remember, like, what stops the fight? Like, they fight each other to the point where they're both sucking wind, and then someone finally like utters the key phrase Martha, and then there's enough information for them to stop long enough to say, Lex Luthor set this shit up. We're pitted against each other. The only way to win is for us both to work together against him, but we got to start right now. And it was so dumb getting there.
For any reason. This shows a fundamental misunderstanding of the character and an unwillingness to learn. Superman would not be stopped by Lex Luthor for any reason other than him threatening somebody, but even that wouldn't stop him. He can move faster than anyone can see, and he can get past all of that.
I also don't think that he would neglect his mother's life just so he could continuously stalk Lois.
That's almost as bad as the last Superman movie making him a baby daddy. Superman with Brandon Routh. Superman becoming a baby daddy. I don't like that at all. That's just awful.
She was the second cutest Lois, though.
Yeah, I think Terry Hatcher's the best Lois.
Everyone, I think, is in agreement. Anyone want to dispute that?
No, I'm still of the old school of Margot Kidder. So,
I think Margot Kidder looks like a chain-smoking skeleton woman that should be driving a bus.
I think she kind of looks like what she was, someone who was living pretty hard, and the person who destroyed Gil Gerard. That is my Margot Kidder poem, ladies and gentlemen.
Not alive.
For him.
No.
Huh?
Not alive.
So it happens to all be true. Yes, next will be a limerick about Kathleen Kennedy. It's coming later, and then we'll have a haiku about George Lucas later in the show.
Are you going to read the haiku as George Lucas?
I read a certain particular kind of haiku, and what I've done here is I've mixed the elements together.
That is what we might have to watch that again one day. We watched that for like a half an hour one day. George Lucas's reaction to a Phantom Menace. Has everyone seen that piece of videotape?
Mm-hmm.
Long time ago.
I've seen it. Yeah.
He realizes he's made one too many mistakes, and like the other people who clearly had tried to get through to him before but couldn't get through to him, like now George is a little bit drunk and he's a little bit like he's shocked because no one applauded after the movie ended, right? And like he's just completely like gobsmacked, and everybody's just like, you could tell this was built up like right on the nose criticisms of the problems of the movie.
So I'm gonna go.
Okay.
All right. Peace out, people. Thanks, Cap.
Peace
See
out.
ya.
It's great to hear from
See
you.
ya.
Thank you for telling
Good
us
to
how
see
you
you,
felt
Ken
about
Jack.
that.
Yep. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
He brought up a lot of really good points.
Yes,
He just
did.
dropped some science. Yeah, no, most of those things were true. And the thing is, yeah, the messaging, any message in your movie is going to screw it up. And if you like being told by even Captain Kirk, who's cool, that, hey, you should go register with this party or that you should back this specific union, you're going to start to like lose respect for him really quick. And he's not going to be a commanding or enjoyable character. And Captain Puke with this just like, going at was like, then we had this thing called like, whatever. And it happened. And the showing pictures of current news events that like half of all Americans have 100% of all Americans have very strong opinions about and that they're divided about. And he decides that Star Trek's going to like put the fork in the road here. This is where our society went to hell. It's like that dick. I feel bad for the people who like watch an episode of Strange New Worlds and it's trash and they're like, I liked when that woman yelled at the captain. But at the end, he got credit for everything they did anyway. So it really is like the world we live in. Like, I feel bad for that person.
Yeah, most of them are young too. They've never seen any different.
What I feel terrible about is when I criticize the show, the people who come up to defend it are like, how dare you say this? I was abused by a relative, and that's why this Star Trek show. And I'm like, Star Trek shouldn't be going there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is a Star Trek conversation. Why is this coming into it? Like, I'm not an expert on this stuff. I feel bad for you, but like, you got to talk to somebody more qualified than a Star Trek person. Like, I can just tell you that in the plot, it's kind of messed up that Dr. Mabanga keeps that kid in the pattern buffer for like 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah, that was I don't know if any plot lines about kids, it drives me up the wall.
They could have gotten it right.
Like that. Mm-mm.
If that kid had only been in one episode where he had lost her and then slowly come to terms with the fact that despite the fact he lost his daughter and she was unique and there'll never be another, that he can, find meaning in saving other lives in her memory and maybe be a better person from it instead of this like insane thing he does that would be a war crime in our society presented as being good. And then the plot bails him out with magic. That was insulting, man. And then this season he murdered somebody and they all lied about it. This is the second time the captain has lied about a serious crime against the Federation itself. Like, why isn't Pike in jail? I don't get it.
Well, there can't be serious character growth for any male characters. That's against feminism.
Captain Pike covered up a murder and he covered up an infiltrator into the Federation. And he's only worked 6 missions in 4 years because he needs vacation all the time because he's always having a breakdown. He went on personal time like 3 times this season. Remember personal time to the asteroid where he had to wear the COVID mask?
I guess they accrue that much vacation time in the future. Must be nice.
Yeah.
If they hadn't pinned things into the one thing that they're worse at Bad Robot, and we saw this come to fruition on Rings of Power, the Secret Hideout Bad Robot people, they can't keep track of time in their stories.
Mm-hmm.
They can't keep track of time. Like, do they realize that they actually put the stake in a series of events that means that Captain Pike has worked for about 6 weeks of the last 3 years?
What is
I
he?
want his job.
What is he?
Yeah, he just goes to Mets games every day. It's like, fuck it, man, I'm getting drunk. But Section 31 is like, Captain Pike, come with us. It's like, what? It's like, you're drunk again. You're on the Jumbotron at the City Field. It's like, but it's like, sir, you're a Federation, Federation Academy graduate. You can only act this way at San Francisco Giants games. But fuck you, do whatever I want. Fucking child.
Oh,
that show would be better if we replaced Captain Pike with just actual Mr. Matt. I'm being serious. Like, just Mr. Matt. Does everyone know what he looks like?
Yeah.
he transcends baseball. Mr. Met is iconic. Okay, if we just replace Pike with Mr. Met in his Mets uniform, it would be just as good. Here we go.
Mr. Met
There you
is a
go.
baseball.
No, let's let Louis.
I
Let's
am
let
now
Louis
Mr.
walk
Met.
in from the St. Louis Cardinals.
For those of you just looking, just listening, if you look at your screen now, I have changed my avatar to Mr. Met, and
There he is.
I live close to the stadium, and like one of the things that's fun is like you get all wasted and you go to a Met game because you don't care because they're not the Yankees and they're not going to win, and you see Mr. Met and you get your picture taken with him, and you're like basically like out of your mind, and the next day you look at your phone and like I met Mr. Met last night. But yeah, I mean we could replace Pike with Mr. Met and it would be just as good of a show. Picture Mr. Met sitting in the command chair while they said all those things and like nodding his head slowly.
Strange New World starring Mr. Met bobblehead.
Yep.
Right, but they could go to a planet where it was like populated by Philly fanatics. If you've never seen that one, people Google it.
Or is it just a constant rotation of sports league mascots?
I don't know.
Every other episode.
All I know is there's this rookie called Buck Buckeye who I think is going to be really big. The London expansion team is looking at drafting him. Some people get it. Come on, I know no one here likes baseball, but no one here knows Buck Buckeye.
I know Buck Buckeye.
Okay,
I
cool.
just do not like to acknowledge the existence of Star
So look
Trek's
that one
version of baseball.
You know what? We had someone, Sean Carter, who'd played enough like minor league baseball or baseball to have an opinion on that. So I was like, "Take me out to the hollow suite. Tell me about it." It's like, "Oh, it's horrible," and that was like the opposite of what I expected. I expected him to like it, but he was like, "Why would you ever play it in the holodeck? You've got a perfectly serviceable Earth-like planet that's like a giant park right underneath you. Just beam down there. Let the Bajorans watch it. They'll probably find it interesting. The Vulcans would be throwing like 300 miles an hour. They're 6 times stronger. Why wouldn't they just do that?" And I was like, wow, he's right. It's really dumb.
I remember Buck Buckeye now. I had to go to Wiki Fandom to figure it out.
One episode I love is I think doesn't he come to life briefly? Doesn't he
Sort
also
of, yes.
get to, like in a Moriarty way, he gets to leave the holodeck?
Mhm.
And like what we find out is instead of being an enthusiastic, happy guy who loves baseball, Buck Buckeye is like super depressed. There were only 700 people in the stands when we won the World Series in 2009, Jake. No one cared about baseball anymore.
That was an alien's interpretation of Cisco's memories of Buck Buckeye.
Mhm.
Oh, was that what it was?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's one of the other things about DS9 that gets to me. Anyone else think that if you want that much magic, you're starting to get into Star Wars territory, right? Like Star Trek is supposed to be like, you might run into a culture with some magic. The Vulcan magic might be considered like their ability that's their telepathy might be innate, right? It might be natural. And they might only just be able to access it by doing all that Kolinar kind of stuff to be able to practice the Vulcan mind meld and the Vulcan nerve pinch. That was martial arts. Those don't seem too magical. I agree
Right.
that we go other places where shit's magic.
Yeah, but you get a lot of quote unquote magic in TOS. You run into literal gods. And it
The
gets
thing
worse
is, the
in
bad god
TNG.
well, I think that like with Humords for Adonias, right? When we run into Apollo, like what happens? They find out that yes, this is who we thought Apollo was, but they pull it off sort of the way they explained Thor in the MCU. They're like, what if, Jim, do you think a race of beings that survived off of being sheerly hubristic would get off on people thinking they were gods and just hang out on Earth like energy vampires and do their thing? Could it be possible? Let's test that theory, and then we find out he has some technology and stuff. So even though he was he had been a god on Earth, we found out that he was just like a pretty tough wormhole alien or something. He was like a wormhole
Yeah.
god. Like
With
it usually
a lot of
gets
that,
presented-
which is old Rottenberry's atheism. He couldn't acknowledge gods.
Mm-hmm.
he was a Unitarian, which I guess means he was an atheist who liked to go to church.
Atheist who
I'm not quite sure
doesn't
what
like
it
to
is.
be pointed out as an atheist.
And also maybe believes in the Christian code of conduct to a degree. Like he believed that you shouldn't harm other people, and he believed that you should be nice to people and stuff like that. Like the things that we associate with what a lot of people consider themselves religious, right? That it shows them a way to behave that they think is right. You know what I mean? Like maybe he wanted to be associated with that. I don't know.
To
This
an
is a fairly
extent,
moral
but
guy. He wasn't big on marriage vows, but
he
aside
wasn't
from that,
big on a lot of moral stuff. Marriage.
I don't think anyone here
freedom.
would want him. I don't think anyone here would want him. Freedom. You spoke one of the Yang worship words. No, but I think we're all glad that he tried some drugs, though, right? I think we're all glad that he tried a little bit of drugs because some of those Star Trek episodes were definitely like
It
someone had
made
gotten
him docile enough to be open to suggestion when it came forceful enough. But his personal life, not the most upstanding character.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him a total pass on it for the genius, brilliant things he gave us. Live your life any way you want, you goddamn fucking massive you. I want the luxury of complaining about how I have hundreds of millions of dollars because my father was somewhat imperfect workaholic like his son does. That is the worst complaining rap I've ever heard from, what is it? Calls himself Rod Roddenberry, Gene
Mhm.
Jr.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't stand him.
Yeah, Eugene.
Whining and complaining about his dad's tomcatting ways, and you're like, dude, you're making him seem epic to me. I'm a guy. Like that he would have an affair with Nichelle Nichols, and you're like, dude, you're my hero. It's like you're not doing a good job of making him look worse in my eyes.
Well, it's one thing if you're not related to that. If you are related to
Is he
that,
naive?
then you
His
have to
mother
question,
wasn't-
is this girl I'm dating really my sister?
You should always ask yourself that one, and thank God we have 23andMe now. But quite honestly, like Majel Barrett didn't know and wasn't cool with these things. I think Majel Barrett was just pretty cool with whatever. Like Gene Roddenberry's like, hey, look, I'm this kind of guy, and she's like, cool. Can live with, I can dig it. I'm down with it. I'm gonna have an affair with our neighbor, and he's like, that's cool. I'm gonna go do this, and she's like, cool. And they loved each other, and that was just the way they were. I mean, I'm not going to question how the guy lived his life. Look what he left us. I would take an imperfect, crazy Gene Roddenberry who wasn't a great father's stories over like, they say J.J. Abrams was like a really good father. Didn't he take like 3 years off movie making just to raise one of his kids, right?
Something like
Give me the
that.
workaholic. Yeah, give me the workaholic.
Well, I guess good parenting skips a generation.
You would think JJ had a good dad. His father's the police squad guy, and then the airplane guy.
Yeah,
He
but
was
that's
well-
his
I
work.
didn't even connect the dots there with that. Wow.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, Zucker Abrams. One of them is
But-
JJ's father.
But Abrams, JJ just seems like he has no sense of humor whatsoever.
I
right?
know it's
His dad
strange.
is like awesome.
and the humor in his movies is always so strangely forced, and it never works.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's like bringing your dad in to write the comedy. Your dad's around.
But-
Go talk to him. Yeah.
It was more like after he saw Star Trek Beyond, his father was like, "Don't call me anymore, man. I loved Star Trek. Your sister's my favorite now. Fuck you, JJ."
No, that would come from upbringing. He probably
Mom,
doesn't have a
Dad,
great
we're talking-
relationship with dad, so he has a pretty much opposite sense of humor.
Or can we say that Seth MacFarlane is more the senior Abrams son than JJ is?
Who would think being mentored by Steven Spielberg would ruin you?
Right? Wow.
On paper, this guy should be the next coming.
Hmm.
Now he
be.
gets paid not to make stuff. Now he's getting paid not to make stuff. Is that the ultimate success in his mind?
Yeah.
I think you're right, actually.
Well, hell, there's millions of people out there who got paid not to work, and they thought that was the best time of their life.
I loved college. Is that what you mean? I loved that. Yeah, college was great.
I mean, that span of a couple years there where there's a lot of people getting some nice checks to just stay locked up at home. Many of which I knew, and
money,
Oh,
but
because
yes,
of
I
wanted to
understand
slap
what you
them.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had, you know what, because of the way the world was, you couldn't just go out there and say, well, because I know better, I'm just going to simply work. It was what it was. So yeah, you know what's really funny? I got the check from that year's taxes last week. It took 2.5 years of paperwork to get that year's tax return
Wow.
for 2020. Yeah, well, I'm riding high in the hog now because I like pre-spent that money when I filed the taxes. I'm like, I'm gonna get this, and this. And then like, not only did I not get my federal taxes, but because I didn't get that, New York State came after me. They're like, you lost money. And I was like, holy shit. And I had like, in the middle of the pandemic, like go into debt to the state of New York and give them a bunch of money to pay off the penalties. And so like all that got absorbed. And the only reason I got the money was, I guess, sorry, to be real world. My representative to Congress was someone known, a little known person called AOC. You probably don't know who she is, but her office,
No, not at
believe it
all.
or not,
Yeah.
somehow her office bungled for 36 months that tax return. And within 6 months of her being redistricted away, the other person got me my check, my new representative to Congress. Grace Mang, I love you, baby.
How did your representative have anything to do with that? That's
This is
supposed to be a
federal.
Were
strictly
you, like,
IRS thing.
Were you campaigning their office
stolen.
to push the
She got-
IRS to do something?
What happened was because of a bunch of things, like I didn't get direct deposit. I just screwed up and forgot to tell them to do it. So the check was supposed to come here. And there are people who just steal those checks. Do not get the check sent to you. The check was stolen. The replacement was stolen. That took us to August of the next year. Then, because she was my rep to Congress, she very molasses-like almost gets something done. Then she goes back into her reelection, and her office, like, I think she became so famous that it just like all these losers from like California who have these insane ideas were working there. And I was like, I'm a New Yorker, you know, who's like got a couple of other issues going on here. And I would just like my money back from the government from 2 years ago. And the woman was like, are you saying that I'm not trying? I'm like, yeah. Why don't I have it? And she was like, well, I don't think that's fair. And I'm like, when your voicemail said I'll be in Aruba for 2 weeks and then get back to you, I felt that that was a little over the top. And I don't think you know how to relate to people. Fuck you. And she's like, I'll work on your tax return. Yeah, I'm sure you will. But yeah, 6 months after she got redistricted away, I met AOC like 3 or 4 times. It was weird.
Don't get me started on Missouri politicians. You don't want to hear it.
I'm not even going to get into her as a politician. I'm just saying, like, her office wasn't efficient. Okay, you can believe whatever you want about her. As a person who lived in her district, it was not great. Especially
So none of them are.
None of them are, and I wondered, and I question the sanity of anyone who'd want to run for any office. So when you get behind one candidate or another, I'm like, they've still got like 80% of the same problems as the person they're diagonally opposed to. You know what I mean? Like they want to like lead. They want to be the leader of an entire nation might be uniquely mentally ill. I don't know. I don't know if it's a normal aspiration. Is it a normal aspiration? It just doesn't seem to me. Like, yeah, like it's not a surprise that they were able to find several different presidents had written essays saying one day when I grow up, I want to be president, because first graders believe that for about 6 months. You know what I mean? One day I'll be president. Like I thought that when I was in like first grade. It's like Jimmy Carter, I could do as good, you know, whatever. Like
I could do as good as Jimmy Carter. You could have got his drunk brother in there and he could have done just as well as Jimmy Carter.
I don't know what it says. I don't know what it says that, yeah, he was like, didn't seem to be an effective president. But as far as human beings go, if I had to live across the hall from anybody who'd been president, it would probably be him. If you had to live next door to any former president who's still alive, George W. Bush would be like 3 o'clock in the morning, you'd hear like gunfire, and he'd be out like reeling around his backyard with like a half-empty bottle of bourbon, like, like I think he's nuts. Bill Clinton, he'd be like, "Hey,
I was gonna say, was he
notice that your
looking for his
daughter's
chimichangas?
President Clinton's gonna come by every time your daughter comes home for college.
Oh Lord.
He's gonna come by.
You go after your wife.
We'll keep it that far back because that's still history. We won't get into present people, but you know what I mean. It's like out of everybody to be president, it's like Jimmy Carter's like, notice that your car was parked a little far from the curb. You know, you might want to be careful. Code enforcement's a real bitch around here. He's like cool Flanders.
Jimmy would be the HOA guy. You come around. Your grass is 1/16 of an inch too long. Mow it, or you get a $500 fine.
Does anybody remember the comedy episode of the X-Files where these people did a New Age ceremony at their gated community, and because they did it at a town meeting, they accidentally turned their town code into like a Wendigo that was like alive and killing people who left their garbage cans out past 6, and people who didn't like get done moving by sunset, or people who built the wrong kind of fence.
I try not to remember the X-Files. Most
Oh,
of
you
those
didn't like it?
episodes are not great.
I loved the
The
X-Files.
David Duchovny episodes are pretty good. The series as a whole, massive failure.
Really? I liked the X-Files a lot.
I really haven't seen enough to comment.
It might speak to something I said earlier, where the detective show seems to have a lot of like people are very forgiving of and like to watch detective shows. And it's like AC/DC. I didn't really finish that point. AC/DC has 5 different song styles. That's about it. But if we went to an AC/DC show, when they played those 35 songs that we knew over the course of the night, and it was basically the same 5 songs repeated 6 times over, and then good night, everybody, thanks, we still would have had a good time, even though You Shook Me All Night Long doesn't sound that much different from Back in Black, doesn't sound that much different from A Long Way to the Top If You Want to Rock and Roll. People are more
I think you're
forgiving of
being
that genre.
generous at 5. They have 3 songs.
They had 3 songs up till Back in Black. Then they had a 4th song, and the 5th song is the Razor's Edge / Who Made Who style song that starts out with really flashy guitar because he started to compete with Van Halen. Like this brand new Angus Young came out of the. To me, a brand new Angus Young was unleashed on the album Who Made Who with the 2 new songs. With that beginning of Who Made Who with that blazing guitar lead was nothing like what we had heard from him before. He's always been good, but that was brand new and that was next level. And it was basically a finger to Eddie Van Halen, I think.
Possibly. I just never heard more than 3 different types of it.
It would be fair.
Everything is either Highway to Hell, Back in Black, For Those Who About to Rock.
They got like the Shoot to Thrill type song, and they've got the slow power ballad that's an AC/DC song that's not about love song still, too. Like Rock and Roll Ain't Noise Pollution. What I love about them is instead of love songs, their songs are like, she was one hot stripper, I had $100. Absolutely no pretense there.
I guess that sold in the late 70s.
They were still pretty good up until, I guess, like the 90s. I don't mind AC/DC.
Are they still
I was
touring?
They're
Half
going to
of
go
them
out
are
one
dead.
more time. They're going to
I
go
mean,
out
after
one more
COVID,
time.
a lot of people are restarting their tours, but I haven't heard about their tour. That's why I was asking.
They've got a more original lineup than usual because the drummer's out of jail for that crazy charge.
Whoops.
Yeah, but,
That's amazing. At 65, the
David,
drummer from
Angus
AC/DC gets
passed
street
out?
cred.
Passed away.
No, Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Yeah. Malcolm passed away, but his Malcolm's son or nephew or their mutual nephew replaced him and just plays like him. Oh, I hope
Well,
he
I'd
doesn't
hope
play
so.
his
He-
exact as well.
One who taught him.
Well, there's like other strange like rock and roll nepotism. Like the drummer is gone from Cheap Trick, and the drummer is now the guitar player's nephew. So it's not like he taught him his same instrument. I'm just picturing him like having an argument with the drummer and then like going home, like visiting his sister and like talking to his nephew who's like 10. He's like, "You ever think you'd want to play the drums?" You know, it's like scheming. It's like, I can't take Bunny Coles anymore, man. He's making me sick. Maybe in about 5-6 years, Jimmy will be good enough.
And just about Seneca, you can't identify Nickelback as music.
If they had only had one song, I guess they'd be okay. What was it that did it for them? Did people confuse them with Def Leppard because the singer sort of sounds like him? And because they were equally edgeless?
I have no idea. All I know is that from the time they came out to basically the end of my 20s, every girl that I talked to, "Oh, I love Nickelback. Have you seen them in concert?"
Did anyone ever see that Replacements movie about that band where the Replacements wouldn't take part in it, so they just spoke to other people? And one group of people who one person was Winona Ryder, and another group of people was the actual Goo Goo Dolls, and they were like, "Listen, like we had our own songs and our own style, but like it wasn't really catching on. We were like kind of more punk." And when we sat down and analyzed it, we were like, Replacements is the best band that no one knows about because they can't act right. All they do is get drunk and fuck up their career. If we just don't get wasted and we cop their sound, we're going to go somewhere. And that's exactly what happened. They're not as good as they are smart in the Goo Goo Dolls, but I am glad to say they all went to the same college I went to. You have to be smart to go to Stony Brook. That was the right choice, Goo Goo Dolls. Your original music was not going to make it. You're rich now because of that decision.
Well, I guess it did work out for them.
The
The only thing
Replacements
I
were-
ever know the Goo Goo Dolls for is they did that one Nicolas Cage movie, the soundtrack for it.
Are you familiar with the Replacements at all?
No.
They're really, really good, and it's kind of hard to believe that they used to do shows like at the same night at the same places, like literally Prince. It's just mind-boggling. Minnesota just happened to have a hot music scene. They were really good. The Replacements are really good, especially I would say like the middle albums starting with Tim are really, really good because they made certain concessions to sound more appealing without losing what they had. And if you've seen Singles, it's kind of a Replacement soundtrack, but it's just the singer.
I'll take your word for it.
They're pretty good.
Cool. You have any of their music?
I guess the biggest song is the one that was almost a hit was When It Began or I'll Be You. But I guess the biggest reference to them is that Winona Ryder in Heathers had them change the name of the high school to Westerberg High because that's the name of the singer, Paul Westerberg. That's her favorite band, and you can see her in their T-shirt all the time.
Ah,
There are a few Nickelback songs, everyone, that they just don't know that they're Nickelback. Well, I've noticed there's a lot of Nickelback songs that get a lot of radio play, at least around here. They're covers that no one realizes are covers.
Mm-hmm.
That's a smart move. Why not? Money's money.
Yeah, I don't know how many people I've talked to. They think Simple Man was Nickelback.
It's Leonard Skinner, right?
Yeah.
Worst version goes to Charlie Daniels. There's someone who does it worse than Nickelback. It is weird that a bunch of guys who are somewhat mediocre musicians who just didn't write any lyrics that would make anybody angry or anything get to make all that money and sort of have a magic life. But if I had to go be in any band from that time, maybe I guess I'd be in the band Live. At least their songs and lyrics were pretty freaking cool. I scoffed at them until I saw them live with Rage Against the Machine. And I was like skeptical of both bands, and both bands were actually great live. Rage Against the Machine's albums do them a disservice. They're not that good.
Yeah, if you sit down and really try to get into their music, you realize they're anarchic.
They're not,
Communist
yeah, they're beyond
anarchist.
communist. They're not even communists. They're like, go out there and like get your own gun and kill everything. Like, they are absolutely off the. I don't know where they're coming from. That's how crazy they are.
They're anarcho-communists. I'm surprised they don't have the
That's
red and
not
black
right.
flag tattooed on their faces.
I'm sure the bass player has it across his whole back. He's got enough tattoos. I will say this: a few good riffs, man. They've got a few songs like that. "F you, don't do it. I won't do what you told me." So what is it? "Killing in the Name of." That one, I don't know if they're trying to talk about their feelings about like the geopolitical scene or anything. If they are, they're not doing a good job because it's basically words that rhyme. But that song is pretty good. Like, I dig that song, and I dig "Bulls on Parade."
Well, they're pretty similar songs. But as far as messaging goes, most of their stuff is anti-establishment, anti-police, your basic anarcho-communist BS.
The only reason they have a record contract is because they went to Harvard. That's the only remarkable thing about them. Someone wanted to say, we have a punk band where everyone went to Harvard. But I will say this, their drummer's career as the drummer for that band made him the perfect drummer for the final Black Sabbath album. And that their drummer and bass player were two of the best in the business at what they did. They had the best rhythm section, which was what allowed for a singer who couldn't sing at all, and a guitar player who was riffing and interesting, but totally eccentric and couldn't keep rooted. It had no rhythm ability, really.
To me, they always sounded a bit average.
Their 4 good songs are really good, but yeah, there's like 27 forgettable songs. But live, every song kind of worked. I was shocked. That was one of those things. I just went to the concert. There were other people playing. It was like a fest, and I was surprised by live. They held the crowd in the palm of their hand. It shocked me deeply because I had dismissed them. And then right after them, Rage Against the Machine came on, and I'm like, filthy commies. But they were really good, and I was like, wow. Would I want to sit in a plane and have to ride from New York to Seattle with the guys from Rage Against the Machine? I think I'd ask to have my seat changed. But, I mean, aside from that.
I won't get on the plane because I'd have to expect one of them to have a vest.
the singer's like, I'm the singer of Rage Against the Machine, and I've taken it upon myself to crash this plane into a building. We're going to drive this
They're
thing
not
into the
exactly
stock market.
stable.
Are you all with me? He would be surprised when the people on the plane tried to stop him. He's like, I'm commandeering this plane to crash into the stock market. And he'd be, wait, what's wrong with you people? Don't you understand? It's for the greater good.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he's misguided. And when they got rid of him, they were better. When they had the guy from Soundgarden? Because Rage Against the Machine, without the singer of Rage Against the Machine, is called Damn, their song was called Like a Stone. It was stunningly good. Yeah, they did one or two albums with Citizen. Were they called Citizen? But with Chris Cornell singing, and remember he played the guitar too, so he could help maybe steer them in a more rhythmic direction. The song Like a Stone is really, really good. Who else from the '90s didn't make it? I saw Alice in Chains with both singers.
That
They're
was
better with the
Audio
new guy.
Slave.
Audio Slave. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, believe it or not, the Audio Slave album is mostly listenable, and its hit is a really good hit. Like a Stone is a really, really good song. When you hear it, you'll be like, these are the Rage guys? Wow, they had this potential to be melodic like this? Because it's not. Like, you know how sometimes the Rage songs that don't work are discordant noise?
That's
You would
most
never
of it.
imagine. Yeah, well, I'm going to say those 5 or 6 good Rage songs are really good, but yeah, there's like I'll say it again, there's 25 songs we could just forget, and they ruin a couple of their good songs with their lyrics. Does anyone else, when they see the singer against Rage Against the Machine, does their mind go to The Simpsons and Sideshow Bob? Right? Doesn't he kind of remind everybody, like, he's got the same hair
A bit.
and he's like
I
jumping
just
around
see Dirty
and insane.
Hippie.
Yeah,
I see one of the dozen guys that are littering downtown Seattle right now, just dirty hippie white trash guys with dreadlocks, completely by accident.
New York threw him in jail.
Douchey man buns.
They are kind of douchebags.
Yeah.
Jane's Addiction are true douchebags too, but their music is better on the whole.
And isn't Chris Cornell? Didn't he pass away?
Yeah.
Like 2018.
He took care of himself.
He was
slightly
chasing the jerk
after.
off dragon.
Yeah.
I don't think he was intending to do it, to have what happened happen. I think he was chasing the jerk off dragon. That's too bad because he was like, wasn't he like sort of mounting a comeback, and he could sing. So I mean,
He was talented.
I keep forgetting if it was him or Chester Bennington who killed themselves first, because one led to the other, because they were pretty good friends.
Were they Soundgarden members, or
Chester was the lead singer for what were they called? Linkin
Temple
Park.
of the Dog? Oh, Linkin Park. I didn't know that guy died.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad.
Either right before or right after Chris Cornell, because they were pretty good friends, and whoever went second got into a depression, and just, I think I'll follow him into the afterlife.
It's sad that he self-deleted. I think he had a lot more music in him. It's too bad.
And sometimes you just can't see the signs, you know?
No.
It's just sad.
He had just rocked an entire stadium an hour before, right? And went to his dressing room, and they're like, "Oh my God." Axl Rose would have done it before the show and caused a riot and taken like 15 more people with him. Didn't have the.
He would have done it on stage.
Yeah, I would go to that show if he promised he would be done and they'd never have to put up with him again. Somebody I know just saw them and they said it's terrible now, which shocked me because they have most of their guys back.
Probably
What?
white.
Guns?
You think that, Cap? You think that's what killed it? They didn't have the hired professionals anymore. We went back to the idiots who started the band.
Yeah.
We have it on record. So appetite for destruction is basically lightning in a bottle. And heroin is a performance enhancing drug for rock stars.
Well, you still got douchebag up front, so that's never gonna help you.
I heard he was a problem as far as his inability to sing, which shocked me because only 2 or 3 years ago he sang for AC/DC when the other guy couldn't do it. And I saw some video and it was real good. And then I saw, I heard that Slash can no longer play the guitar, which shocked me. But I guess you could get sloppy. And the fact that Duff McKagan was back in the band, I thought would re-energize him because that was like the 3 guys that were the closest friends. But yeah, I think what we found out was the one relatively normal guy who did the most drugs, probably because he couldn't stand being around the rest of them, was the one who wrote all the good stuff, and then he just quit, right? The rhythm guitar player.
Yeah, well, Slash, I know he has what is it, arthritis, or he has something that's wrong with his hands now.
Then get Gilby.
So he can't.
Call Gilby Clark, man. He still remembers how to play. Just play what you can. I didn't realize he had something wrong with his hands, though. I saw Van Halen towards the end, and he was still pulling it off.
Yeah, but that just 35 years since their heyday. That stuff just gonna happen.
The last I saw Eddie Van Halen was a little bit connected to seeing the Rage Against the Machine guy in New York. They had an exhibit of the guitar as art, right? And so, like, there are a lot of famous guitars there. Like, does anybody like the Clash?
Not really.
There's a famous picture of the bass player smashing his bass on the album cover of London Calling, and that bass is like in a lucite slab on there. They had Jimmy Page's guitar. They had the Black Sabbath guy's guitar. They had like all of Keith, like 4 of Keith's guitars. You know what I mean? A lot of really Prince's guitar, a lot of real interesting stuff. And then there was like a display that was interactive, and you would walk up and you would see like Eddie Van Halen's like signature guitar in his amp, and you push the button and like the TV would turn on and be like, "Hi, this is Eddie Van Halen." But his was the only one that wasn't specific to the event. It was harvested from an interview, and he looked terrible, man. And it was just sad to see him like that.
That's similar to what they had at what used to be the Rock and Roll Museum and Sci-Fi Museum. They call it what do they call it? Pop Culture Museum and Hall of Fame now. They used to have a lot of these good musical interactive stuff, these great sci-fi collections, most from Paul Allen's personal collection. But after he died, that place just tanked.
Where was it?
That's it. Seattle.
Okay. I've been to the Cleveland Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That was pretty cool.
What do they call that place now? Yeah, unfortunately, it's a real ugly building too.
So
There's
is the
all
Rock
these
and Roll Hall of
wavy
Fame.
designs.
Until someone explains to you what the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is supposed to be, it is pretty ugly looking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even after they explained it to me, I'm like, maybe they should have gone with something else. It's supposed to look like a record player. It's shaped like that so it can look like a record player.
Huh. Okay.
I had some connections. I went to the grand opening of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I saw the Beatles with what's her face, Yoko Ono, cut the ribbon. It was pretty cool. I had like the VIP pass, and the two things that happened was when you put on a VIP pass for an event like that, I was mistaken for 3 different famous people who I do not think look like each other. And I simply said that I was them to the people who thought it and signed their name on the autograph so that they wouldn't be disappointed. You want to guess who they were? This was 1995.
95. Oh, jeez.
Right. Johnny Depp was one. Bruce Springsteen was the other. And I'm like, at that point, I was flabbergasted. I'm like, people just see a VIP pass and like they project who they want to be on it. Like, geez. And the other one was Matthew Perry.
Hey. Wow.
Yeah, I was like, what?
That's
I was
okay.
like, I could relate 1 to 3 how you could think maybe Matthew Perry of 1995 and Johnny Depp of 1995. Maybe you could confuse them, but I was like, it's like I was like 23 years old and Springsteen was like how old in 1995? Like 46. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I guess I look great for my age. I didn't have to fake the Northeast accent, right? I just had to pretend that I'd done a lot of hard work. Oh, wait, that's what he does. Only ever played the guitar in his life. Guy
It's
works in
better
a
than being
factory for
compared to
one
Drew
shift.
Carey.
Yeah, I guess physically, like Bruce is like, if I had to look like somebody, I'd rather look like Bruce than Drew or say Keith. Even young Keith. Did Mick write the song Monkey Man about Keith?
I think I've heard that. I think I heard
I
that.
think it might be in Mick Jagger's book that he used to call him Chimp. Could you imagine what it must be like to have to be Mick Jagger? Like on the positive side, you're Mick Jagger and it's awesome. On the negative side, you can't make money unless you can get Keith Richards to a certain place awake and sober. Mick is just rich because he doesn't have time to spend his money. He's just like, damn, I've got to go to Keith's house now, wake him up, get him ready for the gig. Come on, Keith, wake up, man. Wake up. I need a little bit of cocaine if I'm going to wake up, Mick. It's like making a movie with Dennis Hopper for 55 years.
Either that or he has some key to necromancy because Keith, like Ozzy, should be dead 5 or 10,000 times over by this point.
I don't know what it says that in every decade since the 80s, I've seen a comedian tell a joke about how one day there'll be a nuclear war and the only thing left will be Keith Richards driving around a Camry playing gigs with cockroaches.
Eating Twinkies.
I've been hearing that joke for so long that the original formulation was driving a Dodge Dart. He outlived even those. There are no Dodge Darts left anymore. Keith Richards. I can't, like, this guy's freaking 80. But like, he's clean now. I want to get clean like Keith Richards got clean. It's like, one day I just woke up and I wasn't hooked on the heroin no more. What did you know? It was very strange. Moved on.
I guess it just wore off.
When he fell out of the coconut tree, he woke up without, like, and decided he didn't drink anymore. Well, yeah, no problems. Yeah, I hit my head falling out of that coconut tree, you know.
Oh, man.
Instead of a 12-step program, if people have like an addiction problem, we should just like be like, listen, we have like 7 or 8 coconut trees on this property. You can, for $100, you can climb up it and just drop off. When you wake up, probably be all right. Worked for Keith Richards.
No, that's not too dissimilar from certain treatment programs they have up here.
That sounds frightening. Would they have reboot your brain by throwing you off like a 12-foot tree?
A tree or You really get to choose your form of brain trauma.
We need to get a 67-year-old man with like a 73-year-old man with like a fifth of Jack Daniels in him to fall like 18 feet onto the sand to replicate this. But okay. Maybe like we've heard of like all these horror stories about like how hard it is like to stop using, you know, substances and stuff. And Keith Richards, the biggest offender of all, like one day falls out of a tree and he reboots his brain and he stops smoking and drinking and he's just been like walking around like it's like the same guy, like nothing changed. I think he even quit smoking, right? It was like all at once, like, I hit my head falling out of a coconut tree and now I don't smoke and drink no more. Mick must have been like, I've been waiting for this day.
I'm surprised stopping didn't kill him.
Yeah.
That
was
seems to
probably-
be how it happens. I've known a lot of people at 60 years old, he's been smoking for 40 years, stuff like that. 2 months after he quit, dead.
I have a theory about why that happens. Because I used to smoke a lot. About 2 months after I quit, I had like a freaking attack in the shower for like I was taking like a hot shower and like the steam started me coughing. And like it was a very productive and gross cough. I was coughing up like maple syrup.
Tar.
So I leaned in. Yeah, I leaned into it and I got down on all fours and I coughed for like a half hour. And the whole time was disgusting. But like a lot of this weird greasy shit came out of me. So I honestly think that a couple of months after you stop smoking, what happens is like the stuff that's like ingrained into like your system starts to it frees up, right? Instead of being like matted down and like it gets into your blood and can cause a problem. I'm not saying keep smoking so you don't go through that. Just quit anyway and take that risk. But yeah, you're right about that one.
Yeah, detox can be a bitch.
Maybe Keith was so high and drunk all the time that he only thought he smoked. He was like lighting cigarettes and just like holding them and then like relighting another one. It's like, Did anyone ever see him? Did you see the movie where he hangs out with Chuck Berry and tries to motivate Chuck Berry to go back into rock and roll because Chuck's not into it anymore?
No.
No, I haven't seen that one.
It's called Hail, Hail, Rock and Roll, right? And like he's like trying to motivate Chuck Berry, and Chuck's like, "Go fuck yourself. I'm Chuck Berry. Who the fuck are you, you goddamn Brit? I could give a fuck about what you think. I'm Chuck fucking Berry." And he's like, "Yeah, you know, I know, and I really admire you a lot, man. Come on, it's me, your mate. You've known me since 1965, Chuck. Come on, go fuck yourself, man. I ain't gonna." And he like. By the end of the movie, they're jamming great, but somewhere in the middle of the movie, like they turn on the camera and Keith is just like blacked out and there's like all drug gear all around him. And he's like, "Yeah, look, Keith Richards thinks I have a shitty work ethic." What was it like that day when Mick Jagger realized that Ron Wood was just as bad and he was out front in front of the two biggest drunken idiots in the world trying to hold that kind of a show together? That's bravery.
That's a word
Yeah.
for it.
It never happened. They managed to pull it off every time by the skin of their teeth. Although if you watch the SNL Stones appearance, the second song they go out for, they're so lit up that they can't perform. They do Shattered so badly, it's hilarious. They have no clue what's going on.
And they
Even Charlie Watts.
They cut that performance out of the rerun because I
And they
remember
don't come
watching
out-
that episode.
Right. Doesn't the rerun have a totally different act because their first song is Shattered and they're destroyed, and then they didn't come out for their second song? Isn't that the deal?
They went ahead and did the first song. It was the second song where they were so out of it that they just threw in an extra skit.
Was that the Eddie Murphy herpes skit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can tell you. He was valiant making that up on the spot with absolutely nothing to go on. He had like 15 minutes to figure that one out,
Mm-hmm.
but he pulled it off.
Because nobody else could come up with anything that night. They were all like tired because
They've
of
been hanging out with the Stones all week.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Like we see it in sports too. Like when you get an athlete who's great and they come to New York, especially if they're from New York, they start hanging out with their buddies from New York, and it's like New York doesn't close. You can get in so much fucking trouble in New York. It takes so much discipline to live here. The first 3 months I lived in New York City, I was out drinking like 6 nights a week, and like I fell like a month behind on my rent before I was like, wait, I don't have to go out all the time.
Wow. Can you believe we would go for 2 hours?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
No, it
Now that I
doesn't.
look up the
No,
time
it doesn't.
counter now. It's cool. It's some of the people I most like to hang out with. Everybody here has been on my show, and I've been on pretty much everyone else. You know, well, I've been on your show now, and I think I've watched Cartoons with Germ, which is great. What's this week's? Have we
Coming
decided?
up, it'll be Casper and Wendy.
Interesting. Captain Caveman was a shock to the system.
I was sad I
Yeah.
missed the Crypt Keeper this morning.
Yeah, it's a pretty good cartoon. It's available on Tubi if you want to
Yeah, I'll have to go
catch up on it.
watch your stream and then kind of watch it together at the same time.
After what happened to me last night, I drank a fifth of bourbon and then went down to the bar under my building and got wasted for like another 2 hours because I was so shocked and I couldn't accept it. And I managed not to tweet. Usually that's when you get insane tweets from me. Ever since I put that breathalyzer app on my
Good.
Twitter.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Twitter has one of those apps, huh?
I'm on the East Coast. It's like sometimes like I'll get like one of my West Coast friends will be like, "You sound insane." I'm like, like send back like gibberish, and the next day I look at my phone. I'm like, I don't remember this conversation at all. I think Ranker Steve one time called me. It's like, just stop tweeting. You're wasted. It's like, okay.
Now that's a true friend to call you and say, "Hey, knock it off."
Yeah, he was like, "You're an idiot. Stop." It's like, okay. It's like they don't even make sense. Delete is a beautiful tool. Thank you, buddy. Tony too. He's like, have you looked at your tweet stream? I'm like, wait. Oh shit. It's like, wow, there are no vowels in this entire tweet. Dyslexic as shit when I'm drunk.
Oh man.
So wait, everybody except me and Germ, like, well, half of the people here are in Missouri, right?
Correct.
You mean misery? Oh,
I now know so many people there. I feel like I've got to go there. Why do I feel it'll be an inordinately expensive flight because it's just sort of out of the way?
well, I don't know. To fly out of Springfield's airport, it's like $350 to go to LA. When I flew out for like $188 out of Kansas City.
Well, I know the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to go hook up with Dark Helmet and I guess take him to his first ever Kansas City Royals game because I can't see him ever having gone to a baseball game or caring. But Dark Helmet will go to XFL games because it's a good, awesome day out. He's
Well,
like,
doesn't he
I don't know
like the
much about football,
Cardinals?
but it's fun. He does like the Cardinals.
I was
That's
going to say,
true.
we like the Cardinals. I think he's been.
That's right.
I
but I
finally
like the
got to go to
American
Busch
League.
Stadium a couple of years ago, the new Busch Stadium. I missed out on the old one, but hey, I'll take it.
The only team with an announcer worse than the Yankees, Joe Buck.
Oh, come
Or as I call
on.
him, Joe Suck. His
No,
wife's pretty hot.
that's Steve Savard, who lost his job to the Rams when they moved to LA. And now he's here in Springfield anchoring the news.
The Yankee
So
announcers.
it's a
are
step
really
up.
horrible. But one of the jokes that we always had on Saving Star Trek when we were doing Picard and when Strange New Worlds was, Well, of course, it's the singer, not the song. If we said it was good, people would believe it was good, and then it would be good. But of course, as we know, the team with the best announcers wins every World Series, and because we said this is bad, we've ruined it for everyone. But yeah, if the team with the best announcers won the World Series, the Yankees would have none. They have the worst announcers. Michael Kay is horrible. Same boring stories every year.
But yeah, I guess that holds up. We
Well,
had Dave Niehaus here for 3 decades, and
They don't make
he
him like
died
Harry
before
Carey
we got any
anymore.
close.
Vin Scully is the standard. He was there and died on. He retired and died like 4 months later, right? He was like 93. It's like basically the only people old enough to be baseball announcers are Biden and the Pope. Baseball announcers, like once you get that job, you just keep it till you die.
Yep, a lot of them do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because most of the guys that got here in Seattle, Niehaus died, but half of the others were still around in '95 when they made that first run.
Your team's not around long enough for people to start dying left and right from previous generations' teams, right? Like the New York Yankees started in like 1912. So it's like by the time TV was on, there was already guys who were like 68 years old who had won a World Series with the Yankees on there to broadcast.
Yeah.
It was weird watching Scooter, Phil Rizzuto, go from real old to super freaking old to Crypt Keeper old to Larry King old to passing away.
You mean the Crypt Keeper's not after Larry King?
I swear to God, I used to
No.
watch Larry King and think that he looked more and more like the Crypt Keeper every year. Like I was waiting for him to do like the Crypt Keeper laugh to start his show sometimes. If Larry let his
Right.
hair get a little too long, he looked exactly like him.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he sure did. What I couldn't get over was his infomercials about all these products he was taking to live longer, and I'm going, really? Are you sure it's not embalming fluid?
Wasn't it always a bad idea? It was like getting drunk before cleaning your gun is a great way. It was like always terrible stuff, right? Wasn't it like usually awful life advice? Like I get 12 sends you 40 packs of cigarettes for free.
Exactly.
When that moved to HBO, they made some really good episodes. Maybe none better than the one with Demi Moore.
Let's see here.
Mombi's a little younger, but hasn't it been a weird experience watching Natalie Portman go from like, too young to touch jailbait to beautiful, like fullness of womanhood, and now like she's getting kind of old, and it's just weird. It's like, wow, I must be so ancient that Natalie Portman looks a little old to me.
Really?
She never really looked that good to me.
On.
She was always like a 5 or a 6 for me.
Why is it always that when women age in Hollywood, it's always said that, but when men age in Hollywood or they're overweight, it's cool.
Because we make the rules.
We all know women run the world. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know why it's a major accomplishment.
You guys are
but
just
like
the face.
I guess so. But I mean, then there's Jennifer Aniston, right? She's 55.
Her dad never aged, though. She has like good genetics. He
From
was
Long
on.
Island.
He was on. He was on Days of Our Lives till what? He died.
Was he?
Yeah, I thought he was. I mean, my
I
goodness.
didn't know that.
Yeah,
Just
John
think
John
about this, though.
Aniston.
Natalie Portman right? Mariah Carey, Public Enemy, Eddie Murphy, and there's like one more I'm missing. There's another major actress, Aniston, Natalie Portman, all from Long Island though, and like Alec Baldwin and all of them, like they kind of skew it because there's like 5 of them, but like it's got to have something to do with proximity to New York City and ability to work in TV.
No, I think it's just pure dumb blind luck.
Oh, and J-Lo and Lucy Liu.
Don't put J-Lo in a group of talent.
Oh,
That woman
They
cannot
all-
act, and that woman sings even worse.
I'm just putting her into the group of people who were born within 15 miles of each other. But yeah, no, I'm not a big fan. I was so glad as a Latino. I was so fucking glad when her and Alex Rodriguez broke up because they represented every Latino person in America in every facet of what they did, and they were starting to monetize just the fact they existed. And I was like, oh,
I'm glad for any bad thing that happened to Alex Rodriguez after he left the Mariners.
I want to tell you something. You've never seen him booed till you saw him booed as a Yankee by Yankee fans who always freaking hated him. No one accepted him in this town. Not a lot of people wore his jersey. People loved Derek Jeter, and they didn't want. People reverse wanted him here.
wow.
Like there was reverse. People already knew he was cheating.
Wow.
Like they were like, this guy's gonna be a problem right away. And before he played one game, he got arrested. And when he gets out of jail, he was like, yeah, I don't know. It's unfair. Derek Jeter walked out 5 minutes before the cops walked in. I'm like, well, way to throw your buddy under the fucking bus. And then he's like complaining that Derek Jeter doesn't talk to him. I was like, yeah, no kidding. It's like you were friends until you became teammates. Then he got to know you.
Yeah, that time in Texas didn't do him any good on any level.
No, it didn't. But Texas is just. Can you really play baseball in a place where it's 100 degrees? You got 6-digit temperatures for most of the home games of the regular season.
And the humidity is outrageous. It's like you're walking in a bowl of pea soup. It's the same here too.
Reggie
Yeah.
Jackson said that he hated going to Texas and playing games there so much because he hated the. Like, first of all, Reggie Jackson was a weird guy. He wanted to kill the Queen of England, as we all know. But he absolutely hated Texas. He's like, that stadium was garbage. The artificial turf was 200 degrees in the heat, and it was in front of a car plant. It stunk of paint. I hated that place, and I hated their fans.
Yep. It's bad. That's why I don't like to go to ball games in like the middle of July and August here in Springfield because it's just too hot. We have the baby birds of the St. Louis Cardinals here, so
My favorite kind of teams, aside from the Jets, who are horrible, is my favorite football team. But my favorite kind of teams are teams like the 2005 Cincinnati Bengals, where they had 6 wins but 8 felony counts to the team. That's the football team to me.
It's about as bad as the balance of the 1992 Dallas Cowboys.
right. Isn't that the team that takes the cake, the whole record, of what happened there?
They had more felonies than players,
Mm-hmm.
or what would have been felonies, except for old Jerry came along and you don't want to charge him. He may have been a vile, disgusting human being, but he could sure put together a football team.
How great was it? How great was it about 5-10 years ago when Jerry went to like speak at some college graduation, and then he stayed and went to a sorority party and he got fucking totally lit, and there was pictures of him with like half naked sorority chicks, and it like, this is disgraceful behavior for a 75-year-old man. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is the number one case of why you should work hard and get rich.
Figures.
Yeah. Well, it's to be expected. The man has how many ex-wives?
He wasn't married at the time. If a bunch of 20-year-old chicks want to hang out with the owner of the Dallas Cowboys because his team's so great, like I'd just say, hey, Jets owner, paying attention, you freaking idiot. What does it say about my favorite football team that part owner is Tila Tequila?
That you are cursed, all thanks to Super Bowl III. I don't know how many souls you sacrificed to get that one, but you're never getting over that.
The movie Rosemary's Baby is about the events that led up to winning Super Bowl III.
He has his father's eyes.
That's a weird movie, by the way, to watch when you're adopted, because the Rosemary is in fact like the most adopted person. Like she's adopted like 35 kids. Like Ronan Sinatra
Mia
is her
Farrow.
son. Yeah, she's the mother to Ronan Sinatra. She's got like 9 other kids. So she's Rosemary, right? And it's just like the baby's like this horrible demon.
Yeah,
I'm watching it with my mom. It's just like
You
kind of
can't
looking at
tell
it
me-
sideways.
you can't tell me Ronan Farrell is not Frank Sinatra's kid. You can't tell me that. He just looks too much like him.
I'd like to hear him sing, but I think he's Frank Sinatra's son. Yeah.
I believe it.
I also believe that if you were like married to Woody Allen, he would be so weird and so annoying that you would just like be like, Frank, you know, things didn't work out with us, but let's shack up for tonight. Let's get wasted like we used to. You got it, baby. Woody's a Clyde. Got no respect for him. They named a high school here in New York after Frank Sinatra. If you pass like a certain amount of tests and you're judged to be one of the most gifted kids with music in New York City, you can go to Frank Sinatra High School.
Probably name a little more than a high
Wow.
school after the man.
Well, he's from Hoboken, right? So like we didn't name anything that big after him. Like I'm sure Hoboken, or I believe it's called Sinatra, New Jersey.
It's renamed New Jersey Sinatra. Can get rid of that stink of Jersey.
Tony Soprano would be all for that. He's like, I knew the chairman of the board.
I unfortunately have a connection to that. I was born on his birthday.
Tony Soprano or Frank Sinatra?
Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra's song "My Way" was the #1 song in America when I was born. Everyone's going to their Google machine like, how old is this fuck? I'm the same age as Nerdrotic. I'm the same exact age as Nerdrotic. He said what year he got out of high school, assuming he did everything at the same rate as me. We're the same age. Although I was doing different, the 4 years after high school, I did different stuff than him. I went to college. We probably ate the same kind of food, though. Food at college was
Probably.
pretty bad. Pretty sure the food at college was the same food at other places.
Oh yeah.
The weirdest day in college. I'm standing online. I just like I don't know who else did this, but I went away to school for like a couple of years, right? And I had like a bunch of tests, so like I had to like sequester myself and do nothing but study for like 3 days and take these tests. And when I was done taking the tests, I walked into the cafeteria to get like, you know, whatever lunch, you know, like you get like a meal card and stuff, and you get like a horrible institutional hamburger. So I go in there, and the people in front of me, person says, I can't believe that Magic Johnson has AIDS. And I said, what are you talking about? And the person behind me says, Mike Tyson got arrested. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Mike Tyson is a model citizen.
Yeah, sure. Mike Tyson, who hung out with the huckster and obvious anger control problems.
He did a really good job of hiding it up front.
Yeah, Don did a real good job of talking you out of it.
Also, I don't know who likes boxing, but if you watch Mike Tyson, he's really good. If you don't like boxing, watch Mike Tyson's fights because they're all over real quick. He just absolutely devastates the other guy in about a minute and a half.
Yep.
Did he have, what was it, a 16-second knockout, right? Fastest knockout in the history of boxing. It took as long as it took for him to walk up to the guy. And that was Joe Frazier's son. No schlub.
Well, who knows? Joe Frazier's son probably don't have half of the talent.
Marvis Frazier was okay. It's just that after he ran into Mike Tyson's fist, he was never the same again. He was talking Chinese after the fight. Like, I mean, when they interviewed him, like, it was like he sounded like he was speaking in Chinese. Like he couldn't, he was out of it on his feet. There was a time there where Mike Tyson
happens when half your brain is slashed over.
I was going to say CTE is real.
Mike Tyson's 5'7".
Really?
Maybe
I always-
5'8".
He's a stocky guy. He's
I always thought he was
Stallone
taller
type
than
size.
that. Yeah. Well,
He comes off taller than that.
Hey,
because
Orville,
I'm 5'7", and
look at the avatar. That should answer the Mets Yankees.
I like it, but my favorite team is actually the Yankees. But I live in Queens, so I put in how tall is, and the autocomplete is DeSantis. So I guess everyone wants to know that. I guess he's not. He's conspicuously
He's a
short
pretty
or
puny
something?
dude too. He's not particularly short, I believe, but he is very scrawny.
No person since the invention of television under the height of 6 foot has been elected president. Says that he's 5'9", which would make him roughly average for an American man. That's DeSantis. Let's find out how tall Mike Tyson is. How tall is Mike Tyson? It says 5'10". I don't believe it. The weirdest thing was when I met Wayne Gretzky, he was shorter than me. Well, Floyd Mayweather is 5'8".
Well, you'd have to be to maintain that weight.
Mayweather?
Yeah, he's not exactly a heavyweight.
I think he and Tyson are about the same height, honestly. Well, 5'8" and 5'10" aren't that different. But no, I judge Mike Tyson to be short. I thought Mike Tyson was shorter. 5'10" is still very short for a boxer. Wow, did you know that from 1988 to 1989 he was married to Robin Givens? Who knew?
yep, I knew that.
I think we all do that one.
I was going to say,
Oh,
there's a lot of SNL skits about that. What was that other show that was on ABC at the same time? Oh, I think Mad TV even did some skits about it too.
Meanwhile, head of the class is still airing.
Mm-hmm.
I love the one story I heard. Like, sometimes I'll watch Mike Tyson interviews because he was such a great boxer. He's like,
Yeah, being married to Robin was a mistake. I went home one time and Brad Pitt was there. Really upset me, but he was so pretty I didn't know whether to beat him up or fuck him.
and I was like, wow, he's serious.
Oh, Brad Pitt.
Like, but imagine like Mike Tyson walking in. He's like, Brad, and you're Brad Pitt. You're like, you play all these tough guys. Like, I'm just gonna like walk out the window. Yeah, I'm out of here.
Have you seen Mike Tyson at these Comedy Central roast?
He's fine now.
Oh man, he's hilarious.
he may prove that smoking tons of pot cures bipolar disorder, or at least mitigates the symptoms while you're on it. I'm assuming Mike Tyson's just stoned all the time now.
I guess he is. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
That's what he says.
Wow.
Is that what he said? He says that, right? Yeah. He's like,
Smoking marijuana has helped me control my anger. I don't have need to destroy things anymore. That and playing with my pigeons.
that movie that's just about him and his life with the pigeons is freaking amazing, by the way.
It's a good story, but I don't think for that long a time. Give you 15, 20 minutes for it, but that's about all.
They're kind of aware of it. I don't think it goes beyond like 75, 80 minutes. But yeah, I just like when like one of the pigeons dies and Mike is crying, you're like, wow. And then like you think about all the times he like devastated another human being, and you're just like,
I tried so hard to save this pigeon, man. It's just messing me up. I need to be alone for a minute.
But wasn't that the same time he lost his child also?
it was a couple of years later, and that really was when I heard about that, I was so upset for him. I'm like, wow, Mike Tyson's come a long way in life. It's like, I hope this doesn't start him spinning into another self-destructive cycle, because like I loved him before I thought that he was crazy, and then when he started to get normal, I loved him again. Like there's only a short period of time there where I was like, oh, Mike Tyson. He only spent a small period of time in what I call the Jose Canseco zone of the unlikable athlete.
Well, Jose Canseco sort of redeemed himself.
He wasn't
Not that
lying.
big jackass. Yeah.
Hi, Rod Thunderheart, and hello, PJ. You got your wish. You've got Captain Fandom Nerd.
At least Canseco is better than Mark McGuire or Sammy Sosa.
Amen.
Hey, Rod.
I was a little offended that who was the first one we named McGuire? That he said that he said he was as good as Joe DiMaggio or anyone else, even though he took drugs and they didn't. I was like, oh, fuck you. Just say no. I'm sorry I cheated, and you can have your career as a manager like you wanted. But you just failed to answer that question like 6 times. Like, do you feel bad you cheated? Well, I didn't technically really totally cheat. Dude.
We were all mad at him for a long time here in Missouri for what he did.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were like, yeah, we got a record. We can like really, because was it Roger Maris that had 61? You know, you're going, oh, yeah. It's always going to live in a shadow.
You should have known that when you got him from the A's.
Every single person knew that was going on with both of those guys, except the people who were fans of their teams, because they just didn't want to believe it because it was so great. And I can understand why. But I don't know, like when A-Rod came here, everyone was like, we know he's on the freaking list. He's a fucking juice monkey. Everybody hates this freaking guy. It's like, I don't know. Like you kind of can't come to New York and then not be great. And his career here was so mediocre. He was so hated. Think about this. When he had 699 home runs with 75 games left in the season, they sat him for the rest of the year rather than risk him hitting the home run as a Yankee. They just ate his salary because they didn't want it to happen. They didn't want the image because people hated him so much.
I could have sworn that actually ended up happening.
No, there was a lot of talk actually about people signing him for one season so he could get that one home run and retire as soon as he got it, like that weird movie with Bernie Mac. Yeah, he's got 698 or 699 home runs.
696.
Yeah, they didn't want him getting it as a Yankee. They were like, he could theoretically do this in one game. The drug addicts no, and they sat him down. And there was a guy who got booed every time he took the field, but he was not loved here. I want to make that clear.
He was never loved the minute he got traded from Seattle or signed away from Seattle.
I would have thought that the Seattle fans would have hated him when you guys had that bench clearing brawl with the Yankees where it was like the best baseball fight of all time, but he wouldn't fight. Everyone fought
Oh,
for him.
he was specifically told not to fight.
Fuck you. If I'm a baseball player and my whole team's fighting, I'm going to run over there and fucking punch someone in the face. Pedro Martinez settled for an 80-year-old man. He needed someone to fight so bad.
Yeah, but when Lou Pinelli says sit your ass down, you sit your ass down.
Do you remember when, was it Lenny? No, it was, did Ron Dibble beat the shit out of him on TV?
I don't remember that.
It was in the locker room after the game, and they're like, at Lou's locker, right? And they're like, so what was the problem? He's like, Dibble didn't have it. He doesn't come to the game to play. I hate his attitude. And he's like, what the fuck did you say about me? And he fucking knocks him right out. And what was great was Lou got up and started scrapping back, even though it was a wreck. I'm like, yep. But I think basically people kind of hated Lou Piniella everywhere he went because he'd flash those 2 Yankee rings and be like, I know how to win. You're going to do these things my way, and I'm not going to compromise. To his credit, his teams won, though.
We love him in Seattle.
Your team put on the
worst tier Mariners here. It's Dave Niehaus, Edgar Martinez, King Griffey, Lou.
Chino Martinez would have been one of them, too, if you kept him. He was a great player.
Yeah, the regime they brought in after 95 slowly but surely destroyed everything.
What was weird was it was Lou Piniella himself who called up the Yankees to suggest Tino Martinez. Could it be because it's his godson?
I'm not sure about that one.
2 trades that he gave the Yankees, 2 pivotal guys. He called up the Yankees and said, I hate Paul O'Neill. Do you want him? And they're like, why are you calling us if he's a dick? He's like, because he'd probably actually prosper in your clubhouse. He's a real asshole. He'd be a great Yankee.
Well, yeah, it fit right in.
He was a great Yankee. His batting average also went up 100 points when he switched leagues, but that's, He's one of our terrible
that
announcers.
Tended to happen.
He used to break a lot of shit.
You did have a pretty cheap stadium for hitting.
Yankee Stadium, only in the right field. But I did. You know what I saw? I saw the funniest thing ever. I saw Paul O'Neill hit the game-winning home run in extra innings and get thrown out of the game at the same time. It was a Yankee Red Sox game, and it went to the 10th inning, and Mr. Halle Berry, David Justice, who was like on the bad boy list because he had like a bad divorce from her or something, like he was like an untouchable. So he ends up, if you do really bad things, you got to be a Yankee back in the 90s. He hit a home run to tie it, and Paul O'Neill went up next, and he hit one right over that foul pole in right field, like where it really is a very short porch. And because he was running hard and didn't look up, he thought that he thought the ball dropped in. So he threw his helmet and kicked it all the way down the third base line into left field. And as the umpire was signaling home run, he also then switched to the throw him out to the eject thing for kicking his helmet. So idiot.
No lasting repercussions.
It was so funny. I'd never seen that before. Like he made the home run thing, and then he just does threw him right out of the game. So he's like kind of looked at him and he just pointed to him and did the home run thing. He's like, "Yeah, you just run around the bases. There's no run. Well, we can finish the game. You're thrown out of the game as soon as the game ends when you cross the plate." But yeah, like the entire stadium was confused as hell.
Oh, that is uniquely a Yankee thing, I think. You do something stupid that you You win the game, but yeah, you're thrown out.
That was legitimately, honestly funny. That was legitimately, honestly funny. Just so bizarre. I mean, I saw a lot of terrible things. I saw Brett Favre throw fucking 6 interceptions in one game as a Jet quarterback. Do you think when he goes to jail for stealing all that money, he'll be remembered as a Green Bay quarterback? Or will they say, former Jet quarterback Brett Favre went to jail today? I'm sure when he goes to prison, the picture will be of him in the Jet uniform.
Well, if he does go to prison, yeah.
Oh, he is absolutely going to
It
prison.
looks like
Oh,
he's
he
clearing
is.
that up.
He's very well going to prison.
I heard some of the audio tapes is stuff like the governor telling him not to be so insane on the phone about how he wants a bribe. And he's like, shut the fuck up. I want my bribe. And he's like, dude, because they were investigating the governor and Brett Favre turned out to be so dirty. It was like, we would like to name a stadium at your old school after you. He's like, not without a kickback to me, you ain't. What a nasty guy. Just ruins the end of Something About Mary.
Well, I think the first 99% of that movie ruins Something About Mary. The Brett Favre part, that just there.
The icing on the cake.
Yeah.
It's already, yeah.
Yep.
I got to be honest, they cast that movie well. I was prepared to simply watch Cameron Diaz do anything for 2 hours. A Life Less Ordinary is another movie that's just built around the fact she's really beautiful at that point. And maybe my favorite Ewan McGregor movie.
I agree with you, Last Son of K. Brett Favre is an egomaniac.
He also, the people he stole from couldn't have been poorer too. He's like,
Mhm.
like the only way we could get you this money is if we go after people who have nothing to eat. He's like, I don't fucking care. He's going to get like serious time. Like if those phone calls are as bad as the transcripts looked, no jury's going to be able to hear a person being that cruel.
Yeah, it's just disgusting.
Because he was already a millionaire. It's like we thought Lori Loughlin was evil. Lori Loughlin just lies a lot. Brett Favre is like a thief. Although I guess, is she still working, Lori Loughlin? Is she on Fuller House or anything like that?
Fuller House ended 3 years ago.
All right, so she's definitely not doing that. But is she working at all? Like, basically, her life was like this was when we start to see her.
I think she's stuck on Hallmark movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
That's where they put you when they're trying to push you out to pasture. Is go to Hallmark.
Well, she kind of invented being on the Hallmark movies. But
Her
the
and-
thing is, like,
Those movies do pretty good.
Yeah.
her and that really hot, I guess she's like 40 now, but she was like young when they made most of them. That really beautiful brunette girl with the blue eyes who kind of looks like Zooey Deschanel was in like a million Hallmark movies. I think we know what I'm talking about. She's like Hallmark only. But yeah, like we'd start seeing Lori Loughlin now in Christmas movies, right? She'd have like 4 months of just like nothing but making money on and then go away. Can you be someone who's been in prison and then still be like a viable Christmas movie person? Doesn't she have to move to being like the person who's trying to build the mall and destroy the Christmas tree farm now? This pond is special to everyone in town, especially around Christmas. It freezes over and we all ice skate. But Lori Loughlin wants to buy it and build a mall here. Like, that's how the movie has to work now. She can't be the person trying to stop the mall anymore. It's just not going to work. Who was the other person who got in trouble? Felicity Muffman.
Yep.
Muffman. What would happen if we combine her and William? She's married to William H. Macy, right?
Right. Why didn't he get in trouble? You know, I've been thinking about that one too lately. It's like, come on, they had to have had conversations.
Jury was woke. They couldn't believe that any man could have the agency to put in such a complex plan.
Well,
They
Lori
watched Star
Loughlin's
Trek. They watched Strange New Worlds first.
Well, Lori Laughlin's husband served jail time.
I think he was on the phone.
Whatever.
Because I think the deal is he's heard in the background of the phone calls telling her to shut the fuck up and give them the money.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why
I
are
think
your
the deal where William H. Macy had enough deniability and was like not in town at the time of the transaction or something. But you know how like they would say Brangelina and like I guess like J Lo and Ben Affleck had they were like Bennifer,
right?
I came up with this one for William H. Macy and Felicity Huffman, and it didn't catch on. But what do you think of this one? William H. Muffman. That's what combining their names into one. I think it should catch on.
That's awesome.
Hey, Wes Cagle, what's up, man?
That's pretty funny. It's like, okay, so I'm a mom and I know my limitations of my kids, okay?
Right.
It's like, why didn't these parents know the limitations of their kids? I'm sorry, but your kid's not good enough for an Ivy League school. Go to public college, right?
I would argue that public college is a lot harder.
Yeah, I should know. I went to one. But I'm just, I'm dealing with that with my oldest son right now. I'm like,
you can buy a degree from Hofstra. You cannot buy a degree from State University of New York. But
I believe that. You can't buy it here in Missouri either.
Isn't there like a school that only has a football team that sucks that you can go to? That people think is good there because their football team is big? Because that's like basically Florida. FSU is fucking shit school.
That's the ACC.
They got a great football team.
Is that the claim to fame of Gatorade?
I believe it is.
Yeah,
it
it's
might have
developed
been
by
Nike.
scientists at that school.
And their track coach might have invented Nikes. And it's not that bad of a school. It's Florida A&M is the really bad one. What was weird was the year that I lived in Florida, it was so strange. The Stony Brook football team played out of its division against Florida teams, and I couldn't understand why. But I walked down the street one day with my Stony Brook t-shirt, and like outside of New York, people like college football. Like in New York, people largely don't. I just had a Stony Brook t-shirt because I went there. And like it got reactions from everybody, and they were kind of angry. And I was like, "What's the deal?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, F you, your football team." And I'm like, "Huh?" And then I saw like commercials to go to Stony Brook on TV, like in Florida. I'm like, "Wow, okay, so this is why people know what it is." They advertise heavily out of town.
Most teams with football programs do that. We even
Somebody
get,
called.
a lot of ads for Alabama up here back before it was. Go ahead.
Somebody actually drew their breath and went Stony Brook Public Ivy. I'm like, wow, they're doing a much better job on their reputation down here than they are in New York, where people like Stony Brook. Okay, what else? It's always weird when you see when you leave town and you see commercials for stuff from your own town. Like visit New York commercials when you're in Florida or something. That's always weird.
Oh, the strange part would be finding out about a place that you hadn't heard about.
Would that maybe? I think that's like Kissimmee, Florida. Like one day they started advertising out of nowhere in New York, and I'm like, "What the hell is it?" And they're like, "Located conveniently halfway between Tampa and Daytona, Kissimmee St. Cloud is the ideal community. And it's like, oh, I guess.
Well, it's like we went to Dallas to sell merchandise for Monster Jam, and they were playing Branson tourism commercials, and I'm going, what? Yeah, that was kind of weird.
They don't advertise for Missouri here in New York, I guess, because it's like undrivable. New York has like a relentless take your vacation in New York campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
This
Well,
is
you gotta-
Governor Hochul. You can smoke pot here and gamble in New York now. Why bother with Vegas? Lose your money to other New Yorkers. Niagara Falls is one of the 7 natural wonders of the world.
You can almost see it.
I've actually, when I was really young, my parents took me to Niagara Falls, you know, like typical like vacation, like they did, like the commercial said, they took vacation in New York. But that is something to see, man. If you've never seen something like that, like watching waterfall about a mile is crazy.
Wow.
The river's like 2 miles across.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Mississippi's like, I guess 4.
Yes,
Mississippi's definitely wider.
it is.
Yeah, no, the Hudson River is a
Disgusting.
treacherous. Is it disgusting? I'm sorry.
The Mississippi River is gross.
It's clean up by Wisconsin where I was when I saw it.
Well, that's where it starts.
Yeah, it's downstream. The Wisconsinites are like, make sure we pour plenty of garbage in at the southern end of the state.
Like you get past Illinois into Missouri, you're going, ew.
I love that in Cleveland the river caught fire like 4 or 5 different times.
No, it's not polluted.
No, it's not paint. A river's not mostly paint. How do you put that out? It's like, could you imagine that? It's like, well, this is it. You've burned your bridges. Ha! Bridges. I can burn the whole river. Watch this. What does the fire department do at that point?
Just
From
let it
what I
burn.
understand that was what happened. It just went out for no reason all 3 times. Like they monitored it and kept people away from it. And maybe there was no work for a couple of days because of the smoke. But I watched like one classic Yankee game. It was like from like the 70s. And like, a lot of smoke from the river being on fire today on the field. Reggie Jackson's waving his glove. There goes Sweet Lou Piniella in center field, and he looks like he's going to get sick too. 3-2 Yankees, and the river's been burning all day. What is that like when that's like an event? Like it happened several times in the 1960s. Between World War II and 1970, that river catches fire like 8 times.
That's insane.
How does it happen a 3rd time? It's like, listen, the river keeps catching fire. I want some goddamn answers.
Like there's a briefcase handed to the EPA the other way.
Yeah, like the mayor, it's like, look, if this river is so flammable, tell people to just pump the river water into the engines of their cars and drive on that.
Is that when Jerry Springer was the mayor of the town?
From what I understand, he was a very popular mayor who won several terms in a row.
He did. Yeah.
So what we're left to believe here is whatever party affiliation he has, and I just don't know, Jerry Springer was an adequate politician who obviously didn't steal nothing or he would have gotten in a lot of trouble because he was around long enough. So as weird as he was, he's an okay person who can be trusted. That's just crazy. But I think, like, wasn't Rhonda Shearer from USA up all night the former assistant district attorney of New Orleans, and she just made more money doing that.
I think I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then we got
Sounds
and
somewhat
then we,
familiar.
and then we got the writers of Kenobi. Hey,
It's Bird.
Hello world, it's Bruno Fred 5. Kapla.
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 Bird.
I didn't realize you were streaming, Captain.
Yeah.
I had taken a nap. And I woke up like an hour ago. I didn't even think to look. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good. Hello, Resolute. Sci-Fi
How you doing,
Mom.
Bird?
Admiralty. Kapla.
what's going on, buddy?
Daniel's
It's
on
good to see
topic.
you.
Yeah.
Hey,
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 Daniel.
how you guys doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I just got home now.
Hey, Gorilla. Hello.
Did I miss the bulk of the conversation? I assume.
Just about 3
No, the
hours
good-
of it.
Oh my God.
The good part starts. The good part starts now.
Yes.
I mean, I've only got like 15 minutes or so, but I figured I'd stop in. Say hello. I'm looking backwards through the chat now. See, Orville Nation was here.
Yep.
I feel like I stopped you guys from speaking.
Not at all.
Please continue.
We kind of reached the end of our sport ball tangent.
Okay. So what are you talking about? What can I give my 2 cents on?
Do you think? Let me ask you this, since I got you here. I don't know if no one else has a question for Bird. I'll ask you one. Do they write the Nexus so poorly that we can't say that they ever get out of it? Could you be forgiven for holding to that belief? Because I've rewatched that scene a bunch of times now, and I'm sure now that we can extricate that episode of Enterprise from the show, from the movie First Contact, because we don't see anything crash in the Arctic. So since we know something crashes in the Arctic and we don't see it, that suggests that the First Contact, even though it was similar to what Picard saw, didn't actually go down that way at all, and that it was just a dream in the Nexus related to First Contact. Because we know part went down in the Arctic, and that doesn't happen in the movie, therefore proving that the Nexus must be real, or at least confusing the narrative more.
I'll be honest, being the Nexus is from Generations,
Yeah.
a completely different movie from First Contact. I
But
don't really
before.
see.
I'm saying that you can't go on, that all movies after that can be written off because they go into too strong of a locked box to ever get out of. He says, I
mean-
want to leave.
But
and
it's
she
not a
tells
locked
him,
box.
I could
But
see
you
the
can't-
theory that Picard never left the Nexus, and everything
Right.
after that is
That
just
is what my belief.
a fake Nexus dream.
Were you
I guess,
aware that fans held this belief at the time, and it started with the movie Generations?
I
But this
mean,
movie goes-
I
The theory goes back to the movie.
had not heard of it at the time, but in hindsight, I could believe it. I
And you've
mean-
been hearing about it for a good long time. This is nothing new.
No, honestly, it is new. I
Oh,
really
okay.
have not heard of it.
That theory didn't pop
Right.
up until after First Contact and Insurrection came out. When people were trying to explain away some
No one wanted them to be
not
real.
so great decisions.
Yeah.
Those movies are fucking horrible. I want the Star Trek to move. Yeah, the fact that Mr. Hawk turns into a Borg and grows implants with no impetus clearly shows that he's dreaming in the Nexus, because that could never happen.
But he,
It did
wait,
change
wait,
the way
wait.
the Borg.
I was gonna say, wasn't he injected by the Borg guy that grabbed a hold of him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why he
BFD,
grew
how'd he-
implants. Wait a minute.
The metal in his body created an implant under his. No, I'm sorry.
Well, is it Picard standing there in the mirror that went? Well, I guess he was dreaming, wasn't he?
That was a
Never
dream.
mind.
She said, Whoopi says that if you want to leave, it'll make you think you're leaving and you won't have left. You'll just thought you have left because you can never leave.
I don't remember
But
her
she's
saying those words.
It was a little bit more definitive than that.
Well,
She
didn't we-
said you could leave, but you can leave to anywhere.
Didn't we watch that before where I was pointing out when they were talking about it the first time in her quarters that she felt like a piece of her soul was left behind?
Right. So Nexus Woody is aware. Nexus Whoopi is aware of real world Whoopi, but real world Whoopi only has an inkling about Nexus Whoopi.
Right.
And she says
that's
then
right.
that you can't get in there with a ship. And he's like, well, how did you get here? And she's like, oh, with a ship.
And that's why Soren
So-
was trying to get back.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
go
that
back
was
because he
always-
wanted his piece of soul back.
My biggest problem.
Soren is the one who had the theory that you couldn't go in there with a ship.
But he got in there the first time on a ship.
With a ship.
So
Yeah. All of them
that
did.
would never made sense to me.
No.
Never. They needed Soran to do something evil.
Right.
I do give them credit for when the ending leaked and people hated it. They admitted it was a mistake and shot a slightly better ending. They couldn't fix it, but they made it less bad. I wish we had that today. We're sorry about the musical episode. We'll never show it again. It was a mistake.
But they're not sorry. In fact, I think it's the best thing they ever did. That's the problem.
They're not sorry.
There's no
They're not
shame. It's
sorry.
that they're not sorry. It's okay.
They're-
Mistakes can be made. Mistakes can be forgiven. The problem is that they don't think it's a mistake.
They double
They
and
lack the
triple down.
competence.
Exactly.
They lack the
double down,
competence.
triple down.
They made it for the wrong reason too. PJ suggested this to me, and I've never doubted it for a moment. In fact, I've taken this one to heart. There's a lot of people saying that maybe they only did it just to do it before the Orville does it because Seth
It's
is
true.
known for being great with music. And I'm like,
I
yeah,
agree.
but when Seth MacFarlane, whether they beat him to it or not, when Seth MacFarlane does this, the songs will be good, it'll be memorable, and it'll make sense, and we won't have compromised the Orville from doing it. And it'll probably have happened in like a fever dream or something, because to let it happen the way it happened was just insane.
Yeah, but they'll still be able to say, yeah, but Star Trek did it first.
Well,
But not really, because the Orville had snippets of music all along. Like
Yeah,
Gordon
Gordon
singing,
sings.
Ford is singing, the orchestra coming in.
We also have
No.
we have an episode of Star Trek where we go from commercial to commercial, only playing music in The Way to Eden. There's no dialogue but music in that one segment from commercial to commercial.
That is true.
Yeah.
It's not keeping
And that
up with
left us.
is it not keeping up with the Joneses? It's keeping up with the McFarlane. I mean, seriously?
That one, The Way to Eden is just confusing how that happens. Is it a season 3? It's
yes.
yeah, yeah, okay, so we know a little bit about how it happened. But what a shockingly weird episode. Even the one where David Soul lives on the golf course feeding the volcano vegetables was better than that.
I do not know. Is that an animated series episode?
No,
No, it's an
David-
episode of TOS. David Soul is in an episode of TOS.
I said
To me-
David. David, his son that we don't see until Star Trek 2.
No, David Soul from Starsky and Hutch is in an episode of Star Trek, and I'm trying to remember the name of the episode. But they go to a planet, and there's like a reptilian volcano, a volcano with like a reptilian sort of face on it, and a cave that leads inside. And it's got they quickly find out there's got a force field around it. The inhabitants of the planet they sort of just feed it vegetables, like they pour vegetables into the volcano or something like that. And it sort of, we find out that inside the volcano is some sort of supercomputer that's controlling the planet and their lives. And like, if someone falls off a cliff and dies, then like two of them will like go into a zombie-like state, walk off, have sex, and create a new person and not remember it. The episode ends with Captain Kirk being like, "Well, you'll take up, you know what, you'll figure that part out for yourself." But how do we reproduce? He's like, it's a really weird episode. I'm trying to remember, but the god was called Val.
So one where Spock, first of all,
The apple.
The apple. You're right.
I googled it. Yeah, I googled the only part I could remember. I always thought of the episode as being just I called it in my mind the children of all, because that's, they identify as that like 3 times. So like, hey, don't our pronouns are the children of all. It's all right, no problem, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't be very popular on Twitter. I've made
I get in trouble all the time. But about the Star Trek people or the cast, or just comments in general. I lost the Twitter.
Basically, you've got males and females and those needing psychological help.
Oh yeah, I saw that
And I'll
tweet.
say
Yeah,
it to my channel.
Yeah, I liked that tweet. You're right. I forget what you retweeted, but the story was kooky too. The person did need help. That was a crazy story.
Well, one of them, it's like you had this person who's there. It's like not a man, not a woman. Where do I go to the bathroom? Let's go back to Kindergarten Cop.
Gonna ask you a lot of questions. Want them to be answered right away.
No, mine was more simple. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
There you go.
That's hate speech there, Captain.
In my state, we have the mandated third bathroom.
If the truth is hate speech, something's wrong.
I got to agree.
On an unrelated note, Captain,
Yes.
I was thinking about all those times I'd hear your nieces and nephews in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And then today, Charlie was here and he was making lots of noises. And I was thinking, oh my God, there's only one of him. Poor Captain. All those years.
It's a wonderful ambience.
I'm
to
only
have.
now realizing what it is you were going through.
And I've got good news for you, Bird. It's going to get louder.
Cool.
Yeah, he's
And
only
if it
3,
had-
isn't he?
He is 3.
Yeah, just wait until he gets those more noisy habits.
Yeah.
It'll be almost as bad as when he goes silent around 13 or 14.
Well, I have to get going, but thank you for having me.
Oh, certainly.
Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you guys. I will keep an eye out for more streams. I'm happy to see you streaming more, Captain.
Well, thank you.
Well, good night, everybody. God
Good
bless.
night, Bird. Kapla.
Good seeing you, Bird.
Hell, Karuga. Kapla.
Oh shit! I almost ended your stream. No, leave studio. Leave studio, not leave studio. Oh God.
PD Cap, were you with us when PDB did that on the air? He's like, oh, by the way, I ended the stream.
Oh, man. No, I wasn't.
I was like, oh, fuck. Then I remembered because I was dumb, I accidentally created 2 Rumble channels. Like, I'll go back on the air on my other Rumble channel at least.
I think almost everyone did that when they first created Rumble. They have a really weird setup that you have your main account and then you have your channels. So you don't end up having alt accounts. You just have however many channels you want.
Yeah, the other if you sign up for Admiral Teague, you just when either channel goes on, you get it. But now, ever since I got down, if I broadcast as myself, it goes out as a certain one. I know which one will go out as. I had to keep writing down the outcome so I could remember it. Now that I have that memorized, I've only been streaming as Admiral, and I'm up to like 75 followers, which is decent for Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And sometimes the Rumble numbers make me feel really good about life. Like when I'm licking my wounds before the YouTube numbers can compile enough to make me feel like I'm doing anything worthwhile. Because sometimes the numbers suck and I'm like, fuck. I openly admit that I like it when my stuff has success.
It's best not to think about numbers. Half the numbers that they give you on YouTube aren't really accurate.
I'll take the 300 views that my Loki season 1 review just got since the last time I looked. Wow. Cap was there last night. Something's starting to go on with my channel. It seems to be pretty good.
Yep.
And I guess his computer went out when we had like a really good audience. I'm like, Cap, is there anything you want to pitch? It's like that must have been so frustrating. I'm sorry, buddy.
That's no problem.
You know what? I got a feeling we're going to do that number again within the next few weeks.
Oh, I'm sure.
Last night's number is still spinning up. That's my first ever 1,000 view stream. Sorry, I feel pretty great about it.
I would.
You should. Yeah, you should.
If it says 1,000, it probably 1,400.
It's different on the different apps. If I look on my phone, it's one amount. Yeah, my phone's not really working. I don't know if is anyone else having glitches on their Google device. This thing needs to restart.
Yes, I've had a lot of that this week. I thought it was
Maybe they're
T-Mobile's. I thought it was T-Mobile's network, honestly, but now I'm starting to think it's just Android.
Oh, well, I don't like them too much, but they're great for phones. I like my Android phone.
Yeah, they're better than Apple at least. That's about all I can say.
You're up to 1.3 thousand views. 1,300 views.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What was cool was that we had a wave of views hit us once before, and like it just sort of happened and went away. This time it was going on for a while when I noticed it, and I just like when I noticed it, it was when you and Dark Helmet were unpacking like the Orville lore, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna change anything. And at that point, I muted my mic and leaned back in my chair, and I watched the number stay the same, and I'm like, our average retention time dropped, like got cut in half, and I'm like trying to figure that one out in my head. I'm like, it's because so many new people just joined that they changed the amount of time. It's like that. It's been recalibrated. Okay, but we still ended up with like close to like 21 minutes or something like that of retention out of that stream, which was what, like 2 hours and change.
And isn't that the normal like attention span any human being can really give to something?
It's actually it's a little bit beyond that. Like I'm really grateful to the people who follow my channel that they give me that kind of time. Because I'm not that interesting. They're just being generous. They're nice. Let's face it, it's Helen Mirren in her hot womanly ways in 1923. Cap, that doesn't she get your juices flowing like she did when you saw Excalibur still? I'm sorry, she's pretty for an 88-year-old lady, but she's an 88-year-old lady. She looks like it, but I mean, is she a good actress? And it's still, like we love. I've been loving her. Yeah, I missed you this week, but I guess whatever. Internet is what it is. But it was like
this is a computer. My computer was just being all crap, and I don't know. Finally, I had to.
Yeah, you said B-sodded. Yeah, B-sodded.
And then once that happened,
everything was fine.
Everything was back to normal. I'm going, okay. This is different.
It's literally possessed by some kind of demon. If they made a remake of Poltergeist now, or like just don't even remake Poltergeist, make another movie about poltergeists, but have them come in through the internet or computer, that would work.
It would. Now.
Hey, did you know what I just noticed on my Paramount Plus, by the way?
What?
We get Showtime.
Yep.
Yep. It's included now.
You know what I think I want to show during the week?
So that
Flags of Our Fathers. It's really good.
That tells you right there that Paramount is going down.
It's unfortunate because aside from Star Trek, most of the shows on Paramount are good.
Yeah, they really are.
I hate to admit it.
I stopped watching Star Trek. I don't know. It's not really good anymore.
Yeah, it's new Trek. Yeah.
They actually admitted it. It's another timeline. It's not.
They had to finally do it because the people who own the movie rights are like, it's defamatory. You have to say this is not the same thing as our movies. You're killing our freaking beautiful Golden Goose movies. You have to say it.
They are. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think they tried to tie it in at first? Maybe they tried to tie it in at first, but they screwed it up.
I consider the way they tied it in to be an attack. everything about the way they tied it in was an attack. In episode 1, we blow up a room full of kids, and then we subvert Spock, and we got this crime scene, and like Sarek is being all nice and human there, and like it's like, what's going on with these emotional Vulcans and this horrible storyline? Like, we needed to do this to capture my attention. I was here for Star Trek. What the hell is this?
Yeah, and the Klingorks. How do you explain how they're from Klingorks? They turn into normal Klingons in TOS, right?
If they gave me $100,000, I'd write the explanation. I have one, but yeah.
Oh yeah, really?
But
Yeah.
but wait a minute. Didn't the Klingon orcs actually come from J.J. Abrams' revision of them in
No, they're wearing full
No.
face mask.
Okay. Because I could have swore they looked the same from that movie to Discovery.
No, I think in Into Darkness they looked a little scarier, a little edgier. They did look kind of creepy in Into Darkness. In Discovery, they just look weird and alien-like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my explanation is in the private chat. I think it's better than they could come up with.
Yeah, that could work. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
I thought that was the explanation they gave.
That was the explanation that was given by the original people about why the Enterprise Klingons were the Klingons from regular Star Trek. But then I thought that the episode of Enterprise, or maybe it was a 3-episode arc, where they explained the
It was an arc.
It was Worf. Didn't Worf say it? It was genetic engineering.
We do not talk
But
about
he
it.
said that he said something like we don't talk about it. That's all he said. Well, we don't discuss it with outsiders.
We do not speak of it. Yeah, and what happened was it was a genetic war. I think, does Archer restore the ridges to some of them, or takes away? He's like, they'll be gone for a couple of
He
generations.
saved their life.
This disease won't kill you, but you won't have ridges for a while.
Yeah, the Fox basically saved their lives, but the ridges would fade and they'd have more human qualities for 2 or 3 generations.
Yes. And by the way, anybody here think there was a less likely, even though we loved them in the episode, a less likely Klingon than when they reused Trelane as the Klingon in Trouble with Tribbles?
Captain Kirk, I do protest.
Yeah. I thought he was okay as a Klingon, but yeah.
Didn't help their tough guy image, man, like the way, say, Michael and Sarah did.
I mean, he was a tough Klingon. He even scared the crap out of Odo.
He did scare Odo. Wasn't he married to Barbara Eden?
But he was? I don't know.
I think I heard someone say that when they were talking about him. So if that was true, I mean, maybe other people weren't just so much scared of him as like just out of respect. It's like, wow. Congratulations, buddy. I'm imagining William Shatner being like, I just want to shake your hand. Wow. You touch her with this hand, right?
There we go. So what do you got going on tomorrow? Admiral.
Let's see. We'll see if Keith from Pop Culture Minefield gets back to me. I think we'll talk about having him by. Hopefully you'll swing by. Appion is supposed to come by. He was like, he wasn't feeling great the other day. He tweeted me today, and he was a little late in his own stream, so I think he was just like feeling under the weather. So we'll see if he's up for it tomorrow, and if so, he'll be on. And because of what happened last time, we don't want to change anything. So we're gonna have Sci-Fi Mombi come back because for one more show because we're gonna have Dark Helmet wants to like do another Orville episode, and we're gonna have to find a way to make the Orville a little more relevant with the supply of it that we had, because it looks like there's more interest in that than any kind of Star Trek right now. It looks like it maybe that might be the magic word, that might have been that might have been the tag that was in the description that did everything for us.
Bring on
And
season 4.
I also noticed that the surge of people happened 10 minutes after 5 o'clock on the West Coast. People leaving work. I think that's what might have been part of it. So thank you, West Coasters. We love you. I'm moving to Texas now that I have. If I get a 10,000 views, I'll move to Texas like other YouTubers, and I'll start talking like all the stuff about Texas that everyone talks about.
Well, Texas is pretty great except for the weather and climate.
The egos are bigger too.
I like Doomcock. He's in Texas. That's fine. And he's like proud of where he lives, and that's cool, and that's normal. But like there's another guy I could think of who's on a lot, and he's like, I'm getting out of California because I can't stand it. It's disgusting. I'm going to Texas. And I've never been to California, right? So I don't know. Maybe he's right.
It's disgusting.
Right? The
all
thing
up and down this coast is disgusting.
We have Philadelphia and stuff, but on the East Coast, it's like the kind of ideas that make San Francisco the hellhole that people are telling me it is do not fly on the East Coast.
LA is a hellhole as well, so
you can walk through any part of New York City day or night and you're okay. That guy who got himself randomly deleted on the streets, the anti-police activist, and he's a dick for his activism, but he didn't deserve what happened to him at all.
Yeah, that's sort of questionable too.
But that's news because it's so random.
But his girlfriend, who was literally looking at it happen, can't give a description.
They got the guy. They know who it is now. She's an asshole. She probably didn't want to cooperate with the NYPD. My father was NYPD. I respect our local police department. I think that we have the best police department in America. But that's me.
You have a police department that puts you one up on Seattle.
New York Police Department doesn't take any shit, but they also they're very creative in avoiding super confrontational methods. Like they don't have the worst relationship with the community. It's not the greatest. They're still the cops. I don't know how to explain it. But in New York, police response time is under 3 minutes to any part of the city.
Wow.
That's good.
That holds up. It's really 2. I've never seen it take that long.
I think the average time in Seattle is 3 days.
When I was in Florida, I was going to buy a gun because I heard it was 20 minutes to respond to active gunfire. And a place that was right by where I lived did get shot up really bad down there, and the cops didn't help. It looks like those cops didn't help. That was a big thing on the news. We don't have to get into it. But yeah, the NYPD, when people have really negative views of the police, it's I have to remember that, and I think I tweeted this the other day, America's just not what I see outside of my door replicated over and over and over. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, it's not quite as bad as New York. Most places.
No, New York is really actually better than people think it is. It's nothing like what I hear. These these stories I've heard from Los Angeles are horror stories. You can't just be. I mean, there are homeless people in New York, but not all over the place, rampantly, insanely. It's kind of against the law to live on the streets of New York City. You're going to be forced into treatment. You're going to be forced to live in a halfway house, or you're going to be given a ticket to Philadelphia. Quite honestly, because Philadelphia,
we can't send people anywhere. We get enough
I
people
don't
from
think we're
everywhere
allowed-
else.
I don't think we're allowed to send people anywhere, but I think we do it. I think if you're like a homeless person from New York, they put you on the bus to Philly. Because Philly
Yeah.
is the worst place I've ever seen in my life.
And Philly sends them to Chicago. Chicago sends them to San Francisco, and San Francisco sends them up to Seattle.
I was going to say, aren't you guys getting some of the migrants from Texas and Florida too?
Yes.
So it's just compounding the problem even worse. We have a bad homeless
Nah,
issue
it's
here.
not that big. That's not a big deal here because 2,300 people in a city of 8 million, like we can absorb it. I think we've agreed to keep taking them as long as they call us first. Like we can kind of handle it.
But are they really
That's not
doing
what your
that?
mayor
though?
said.
Our mayor's a fucking idiot. The only reason that guy got elected mayor is because tiered balloting came in and no one could fucking understand it. And then this third party guy, Andrew Yang, I'll just say his name, who was interesting for a little while, tried to be like the mayor of New York. And then it came out that he was like a blithering freaking idiot because he's just got a personality and a life story, and that's it. And people were absolutely confused because by the time he dropped out of the race saying, I just realized, because he couldn't answer questions like, why do you want to be New York's mayor? And meanwhile, he's doing okay in the polls because he's sort of compelling and interesting. And he's like, we can solve our problems with math. And it's like, oh, God, I heard that on Star Trek. How'd that work out? And when he drops out, like 3 people who had qualifications stepped forward who had been like legacies from other administrations that had had success. And like all of them like fused together, and they're like we will like try to run the city because we know what we're doing. Like we're like a Giuliani official, a de Blasio official, and like someone else. Like we could still pull this one off. Like we know what we're doing. And people like tried to do that, but by that time it was so confusing that Eric Adams won as he was the most popular third choice.
That's pretty sad when you're a third choice.
And win.
Yeah.
I hate ranked score balloting. I just
It's
don't vote
supposed
for
to be
anyone
unconstitutional. I don't know how that haven't been pushed to the Supreme Court yet.
because we have a social democrat movement in New York that's strong enough to win some court battles because Ron Kuby's assistant is still pretty potent. And by the way, my friend knows Ron Kuby's assistant, so if I ever need a lawyer, I'll use him. If I ever get in trouble, I'm going to get Ron Kuby or Ron Kuby's assistant. I had a friend who was a freedom of speech activist. He created a bronze bust of Edward Snowden and cemented it in a New York City park.
Okay.
It's pretty badass. Think of the audacity of going into a New York City park at night and like welding a freaking bust of Edward Snowden onto a statue. It was well done. Have you
guys
have you ever
don't have
seen it?
circular saws?
You have to understand that they basically did what the Ghostbusters did. They like set up a work zone and pretended to be civic employees and defaced the fucking war monument to the Revolutionary War.
My.
It was actually well thought out to put it on the Ship Martyrs thing because they were also like kind of fighting for freedom of speech. He almost went to jail for it. Kuby represented him.
And so he got a legal loophole, and the clearly guilty party faces no repercussions. Yeah, that sounds like New York.
The city bought it from him and put it in a museum. They considered it a gift.
I was going to say, isn't that America's justice system in general?
Most places, well, the populous places.
Cap, if you want, you can share it for a second. It's actually When you see the bust, maybe you'll see it's about $100,000 worth of donated labor. It's easily Googleable. Bust of Edward Snowden. There's a
I
lot of
would have
pictures.
walked him into the Hudson for that.
I didn't approve of what Edward Snowden did until I found out that he was mostly telling the truth. I kind of think it was a cool thing as far as freedom of speech goes.
Yeah, but stick around and take your punishment for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
Yeah.
did. He just did the most American thing of all. He got a high-priced lawyer because he was a vice president of Facebook.
Oh, you mean Putin?
My friend Jeff. He left Facebook when Mark Zuckerberg told him that he wanted him to start taking his pay in stock. And he's like, no, fuck you. And he's like, why? He's like, because theoretically, my paycheck could shrink. And I would never do that. I'll take my cash. Thank you very much. And he's like, I don't see things I don't think you're a Facebook kind of guy anymore. Finish timelining everybody and leave. And he's like, this is going to kill your business anyway. You know that. And he's like, no, it's not. Everyone's going to love the timeline. He's like, yeah, sure. Okay, Tom. He's like, what did you call me? He's like, don't worry about it. He says he was fired through a riddle at a board meeting.
Riddle me this.
Well,
He didn't
long
hate
term,
him.
your friend probably made the right decision.
He said he left because he thought they sucked and they were evil. So I think his next job was Reddit. So I don't know if he really redeemed himself, but he did it.
Yeah,
Really good guy. Hey, what he did for freedom of speech, I think we all think is cool. I have some strange friends.
So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. What time is that?
For me,
For you.
I started going on at 7 because Culture comes to town at like 11 o'clock or something like that. So rather than have to like truncate the show because Big Fish kind of clears the YouTube sea of all people, I take the coward's way out and run to just Rumble, where I can sustain the end of it, like the last hour of the show on Sundays usually is Rumble only, which Rumble loves. I get to put Rumble only content on it. But yeah, so I start at 7 and then I run away from YouTube when my engagement drops too low. And I like Culture Casino. Why go up against him? And just because, he clears YouTube of all subs doesn't mean I can't survive on Rumble, which is a good future investment anyway with the Rumble only content. And I encourage people to listen to him. I think he's an entertaining guy.
As do I.
Yeah. And you know what? It would be stupid to be angry or oppositional for him, because the reason why Saving Star Trek has had such great breaks is because someone like Doomcock or someone like Culture Casino, who has that many subscribers, when they're about to come on YouTube and that first notification comes out, people jump onto YouTube and they're looking for something to watch. And that last half hour, people got out of work in California at the same time. Maybe it was like an hour before Culture Casino, but people start showing up for other stuff. And it was just a lot, like being on before Doomcock and being on before him, like has helped the analytic a lot and helped a lot of people get turned on to my show. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what it's about. That, and not like making the world a worse place by attacking people and being a jerk. Unless they write for Bad Robot.
I mean, you can always. I mean, I've seen so much negativity by some people out there, and I don't want to do that.
I realized that naming other YouTubers in a negative way was a one-way trip to just being like basically like a British gossip paper or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. Save
Was
all
I-
the hate for X.
Yeah, was I happy at 11 o'clock when like Culture Casino came on and like my engagement fell off a cliff? I had to tell myself this. I have the same subscribers as this really great YouTuber. They see enough quality in my broadcast to stick with it till this guy who's great comes on. What am I going to do? Why be mad? You know, take my lumps. I know what I am. I know where I am. I haven't made my bones yet. When I get a couple of thousand subs, maybe I'll be more ambitious. But you know what? Like, I'm not here to confront anybody. The only thing I've done is I've stood my ground on my Friday night time.
Yeah.
I go on a little later so I can do Comic Relief Crusader, but that's because I love Mike. He's like my personal friend.
Yeah.
That might have helped too, because going right from his show to mine, although I don't know, that first hour was average or to low, and then it's just the thing happened, and it's once it happened, it stayed happening for a while, and that was just weird. I'm sure it dropped a lot of jaws. There's not exactly there are 353 people who like me who've joined my channel, and there's like 10 times that many people who like absolutely hate me. And that 1,000 views must have people just absolutely losing their mind.
Oh. Whatever search terms you used, use them again.
Oh, we're cutting pasting those search terms. Everyone's coming on the show. PDP has to leave at exactly the same time he left that last night. He was like, wow, great search. What happened? I was tempted to say, well, when you left. But I honestly think it was, just the end of the workday in California. People now more listen to YouTube in their car.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel did.
Well, see, that's the thing. You got a lot of people who will be on their phone or have an app in their car where they can listen to YouTube on the radio.
Right.
And it's like they're not listening to the radio anymore. They're listening to YouTube.
I honestly think that last night probably beats my biggest day as a Long Island radio DJ in college. And my broadcast area included the Hamptons, and I was beating the local alternative station with my show. But I still think, I don't think I ever had I think it was something like 200 concurrents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was I was glad that I wasn't talking or doing anything when the event happened. I was just like, I'm glad everyone else is doing stuff and not aware of this. So I'm going to go sit in that other chair for a minute and breathe into this paper bag. And I kind of recovered myself before I spoke again.
Well, you weren't talking. I kind of looked at the channel. And I'm like, really? And the number went up. And I'm going, oh, cool.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to drop just as fast, right? I'm like, this has got to be a fluke. But it's sustained. It's sustained for the rest of the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And turning it off, leaving him wanting more might have been the right move. I was like, why go? There's no point in going forward. people are just going to jump off of this anyway. Once like DC comes on, he's the superior entertainer anyway. Like I want to be listening to Doomcock anyway. I got to end the show so I can enjoy social media. That, and I got to thank the people from King Dolphin. That interview went off really well. I thought that might have helped too.
Well, I'm sure it did. Anything you can do can help.
I found with me, more prolific and prolonged use of the mute button really works great. Once I realized that the mute icon doesn't retransmit onto the regular stream, I was like, shit. Kind of want that. I think we should have the option. Like I kind of like want people like in the outside world to know when I've muted and like noped out to let someone else have like full sweep.
Well, see, that's the thing. It used to be on there.
Yes, I thought so.
And then it went to where it was just the StreamYard side of things where you could see it, and everything broadcast was you couldn't see anything.
Yeah, because I remember like older like Critical Drinker or EFAPs where like people's microphone would be muted and you'd see it would come up as a red like microphone glyph with the X through it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the first YouTube panel discussion I ever really heard where I realized the full potential of YouTube was EFAP's live that day 5-hour or 10-hour Rise of Skywalker review with everyone. There was like 14 people on that panel.
And thank you, Words and Pictures. You have a good night. 2:30 a.m.
Wow. England.
More like morning.
Right?
Yep.
That would place you in like England. Thomas Connolly. Anything you do, stop stemming when you can't think of anything. Smiley faces make me think that that's just they're joking around.
Yep.
Thomas Connolly sounds like the name of a 19th century New York mayor. It does. It's like they left the place where they had no agency or power. They came to the United States and they're like, what's the first thing we want to do? It's like, well, we're going to become the cops and public officials of this new place. No one's going to push us around anymore.
Oh, wow.
I think we need to get Thomas Connolly a term as mayor. He's got to be better than Eric Adams. Eric Adams' reputation when he became mayor was one that he was work-averse and lazy, which is like the worst reputation to have. 2, that he didn't actually live in the district that he ran from. And then I guess another was that he had defected parties and wasn't of the party he's in.
Okay, so
And
do
the
you
thing-
want? Oh, go ahead.
The thing that's not political that amazes me is that his life story is supposedly extraordinary, and I would say to become a police captain in New York City really is difficult and really does show that you have to be really good. Like you have to be like you're the guardian of like the whole neighborhood in New York. You have to like go to every meeting of every school board, civic organization, reassure them they're safe, you have to set up like safe routes home for children to walk so people can't deal drugs to them and stuff. You know, you have to like line like the routes away from the schools. You basically have to surround every school with police cars at dismissal time and other stuff like that. You've got to know what you're doing. And this he was a police captain, and he's so dumb. I don't get it. I've met several people who hold like one of the guys that graduated from high school was a police captain, man. Like he's a genius. And then this guy's like, Wow. No, it was messed up. Like, right. I don't think he was on too many number one ballots. Like he was just, people were just too divided and confused to pick a solid number one. Like the two most likely people split the vote too much for tiered balloting. So like the majority number 3 guy won. And he performs like the mayor no one wanted.
That's just really, really screwed up. Oh, man. Well, I am looking forward to your stream tomorrow, Admiral Teague.
I'm gonna try to sleep tonight. That was an experience. Like I said, I went out and just like guzzled whiskey after that and turned off my phone. I'm like, that was too weird. Yeah, I can't wait. I'll see you there. Let's see if I can sleep tonight. If not, I'm gonna play Starfield. That'll make me sleepy. I recommend that game for anyone who's having problems sleeping. It's really mid and boring. It's really mid. It's so boring.
Do you know what's funny?
What?
My 23-year-old said the same thing the other day. And he
It's
has
smart.
and he has ADHD, so he's like always hyper focused on video games, and he's like, "Mom, it's just so boring now." And I'm like, "You just took up all the data downloading it from my Wi-Fi, and it's boring now? Can I have my data back?" That's hilarious.
You have a 23-year-old. That just
Hey,
doesn't seem possible.
I do. I have 3 kids, actually. And they're all sci-fi nuts. Yes! I raised them right.
Good.
Yeah, it's definitely good work.
Sat them in front of the TV and made them watch TOS as kids.
Very good.
But they're more Doctor Who fans now than anything.
Real Doctor Who or what they're putting out now?
Ugh, Doctor Who. I'm ready for the 60th, but I don't want to be let down anymore.
Don't watch.
Yeah,
Oh, come
exactly.
on. I mean, David Tennant's back. Yay! But it's not going to last long.
No.
I just saw an awful episode of Doctor Who where David Tennant was turned into one of the Cybermen, and he was hanging out with these 3 horrible women who used the Force, and they were flying around. One of their name was Ahsoka the White, and it was just the most horrible fucking episode of Doctor Who I ever saw. It made no goddamn sense, and it didn't have any good music. These were the worst companions he's ever had. They were all bitches.
That's great.
More high quality entertainment than tomorrow at 8.
So instead of a TARDIS, they took a trip on a whale.
Yeah, you know what? I would just like to say, in the words of the great Leonard Nimoy, Dave Filoni, they're not the hell your whales. Those things were fucking stupid.
Can I quote you on that?
I'm gonna do something right now. I'm gonna do my George Lucas imitation for you. You ready? This is my opinion of a real event that happened like 3 or 4 years into his tenure at Lucasfilm when he was working with George on Clone Wars. You ready? Dave, I noticed at the press conference when you answered those questions, it was sort of like this time that I only had mashed potatoes with no butter and salt and a glass of water for lunch. I need you to put this cowboy hat on because you have no personality and never speak. And please never speak to me. Thank you. Because he's that boring. Well, he wears a cowboy hat because he has no personality. He was told by George Lucas, like, stop shaving a little bit, like, to look like an artist and, like, put on a cowboy hat because you're a fucking dull guy. And your characters suck. I've just got done, like, fixing this one again. Because remember, he still had to go to George Lucas, and I'm sure there was a couple of times where George was like, I don't think you went far enough in a few places. And this is, the new thing seems to be slower, less intensity, Andor. All right, so our story didn't self-contradict, and it wasn't outright stupid. Congratulations. It was long. It was kind of a slog. And like Ahsoka, I didn't finish it. I finished Obi-Wan because I had a hate on for the show after like episode 3. I'm like, wow, I fucking hate this show. What was dumber, Kenobi or Book of Boba Fett?
Kenobi by far.
Kenobi by far. Yeah.
Went a bit too far in a few places.
You know what? The Kenobi show had... The thing is, this is why Picard 3 was so bad. When you bring back your own legendary actor who's played the role in a way that people liked, you can really screw up people's perception of your franchise. They were paying attention to how much damage Picard did. And they're like, we could take a real baseball bat to George Lucas's cannon with this.
Well, and I honestly, after watching Boba Fett, honestly, I think that show was just some fans got together and said, we love Boba Fett. Can we have a show? And it was just like quickly thrown together. I mean,
the stories that I heard were crazy. The story I heard was crazier than that. I heard the deal is Ming-Na.
Ming-Na. I loved her in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. She was really good there. And in
58 years old. She looks great.
In some parts of Boba Fett, she was awesome. But it just seemed like her character wasn't fully developed.
No, you're right. But Boba Fett wasn't fully developed. He had like infantile...
supposed to be in the series. She was killed in Mandalorian, and we still have her under contract, so let's just throw her in this.
Well, didn't they write her like she was some kind of android?
Cyborg.
Yeah.
And by the way, I circle back to another terrible thing. You know what had me puking hard? Why the fuck is Short Round under Disney contract, but they didn't put him in the Indiana Jones movie? They put him in this trash fire of Loki.
I know,
he could have saved that fucking indie movie.
Yes, he could have.
Nothing could have saved that. That was dead.
No, honestly,
Nothing.
Honestly, there was the great. Like, how about this? Mutt has disappeared in Vietnam. And Short Round and him go there, and Short Round kind of knows how to talk to people because he's been there and stuff or whatever. He has Indiana Jones's flair for languages, right? He's picked up a few on the way, and maybe now he's a professor. We now know the guy has the chops to do it. He won an Academy Award.
Oh, hell yeah.
Why was Antonio Banderas even in Indiana Jones 5? Like, clearly, like, they made 3 terrible, mediocre movies and taped them together. Like, yeah, someone competent would have had to do it, and there could have been no tampering. But, like, if this movie had been, instead of some chick owning Indiana Jones for the whole movie, if it had been Short Round, looking out for him, having, like, the kind of interest that, like, a son has in a father because, like he's concerned about his mentor losing his son, And at the end of the movie, we recover Mutt. Like, there you go. I just wrote you a pretty good indie movie, right?
Well,
Better than that shit.
You know why they wrote Shia LaBeouf out? I mean, come on.
Because Steven Spielberg didn't like him, but he didn't make this
Well,
movie.
He's got a lot
Harrison
of
didn't
personal
like him either.
problems as well that was following him to the set.
He ain't that dude no more.
Well, I hope so. I hope he's
He
grown
was
up.
when they started making that movie, which was several years ago. He just got
That's
clean
true.
maybe a year and a half ago.
All right, so when at the end of the movie, at least we find his body. How about that then? We don't have him. We use the character idea and we find out he's dead, but he died making a difference. He saved some children like Indy did in Temple of Doom. He just didn't survive because it was in Vietnam. So we could go through like a war zone and stuff and have all sorts of cool shit like that. It could have been a good movie. Maybe have a crazy off the reservation American colonel like from Apocalypse Now. I'm telling you, there was a movie there. They wanted nothing to do with it. You would have to know something about Indiana Jones to craft a movie about him, and they didn't want to know anything about him.
I tend to agree.
What do you think of my hypothetical? Short Round and Indy go to Vietnam because at some World Heritage Site that happens to be in nearby Cambodia, Mutt has disappeared.
Better than anything they've come up with.
Crying Indiana Jones telling people not to listen to the Beatles while he puts booze in his coffee because he's a freaking loser before he does anything else. That was horrible. At least they changed the song. Do you remember what the song was in the trailer?
No.
We got some. We re-met Indiana Jones to Sympathy for the Devil. I was like, no. I love the Rolling Stones, but no. I forget what Beatles song it was. It was just one of the many hits. But if it had been Nowhere Man, I would have been angry too. Like they were just defaming him in that movie. I guess that's why Yellowstone's always a shock, right?
Trying to play Dial of Destiny on Disney Plus, and
Is it there now? Finally,
it's telling me there's an error.
Yeah, it's called They Made the Movie. There was a series of terrible events, and the good news is the movie doesn't work. That's what it should say. You know what I liked about about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is he's watching Ed Sullivan. So if you watch just his TV, there's a good show on during the movie.
So it's supposed to be totally out on Disney Plus, but it's giving everybody an error. Yeah.
Let me try to put that flaming turd on right now.
How are you watching it?
Through my Roku.
I only have Rokus. I don't use the smart brain in my TV. I'm like, one more thing to break. I'll just use the Roku.
Well, I mean, we had Amazon Fire Stick, and we've just tossed them.
Yeah, because after they become less and less functional, unless you're some kind of evil genius,
it's a piece of crap anymore. So, but yeah, it's supposed to be out. You're supposed to be able. It says no problems with Roku. I don't know. So I put it on my wish list.
Can I ask everybody a question? Why didn't the guy from Young Indiana Jones just play Indy? Why does do that? Like have Sean Patrick Flanery do it. Anything would have been better than what we got. That was so horrible.
Well, there was a time when Chris Pratt was out there telling everybody that he had the contract for Indiana Jones shored up. Like he was going to step in. And
then the Solo movie flopped.
Yeah.
That's what stopped it, right? They realized they couldn't recast. They decided that Harrison Ford can't be recast. Is it possible that Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny cannot be shown on Disney because an injunction was thrown at them from Paramount, who owns the fucking franchise?
You know what? I haven't even checked Paramount.
I'm only seeing that I have the trailer for Dial of Density. Oh wait, no, 2 hours 37 minutes.
Yeah, there's something weird going on.
It's failing. Wait, it's engaging.
Did it give you the error?
It says trailer.
2 hours of a trailer?
No, it's I gotta turn off my mic. No, it was the original trailer where we meet him to Sympathy of the Devil.
Hmm.
I don't know. Let me take a look on my computer.
Yeah, I was gonna say try on your computer. It could be totally different.
Yeah, it is usually that way. Paramount Plus has commercials on TV, but not on your computer. But on your phone, it does.
Mhm.
I wonder if juicing the show by leaving the theater open with "I Love Lucy" playing is what's doing it. People are just like, I don't like this fucking YouTuber. He's a dick, but he gives us 2 episodes of "I Love Lucy" before he goes on the air. I'm just imagining somewhere out there is the Vulcan from the Enterprise episode Carbon Creek. He's like, I do not like this YouTuber, but he played "I Love Lucy." Isn't that basically his reason for splitting onto Paul's grandmother? He's like, I don't need to listen to you, chick. And also, "I Love Lucy" is on tonight. Get lost. Staying on this planet with these dumb monkeys.
Well, so far, it's not on Paramount anywhere.
It's not on Paramount. I'm on Disney Plus on my computer. Like, you know how, like, when you save something on your computer, like a page of a service, it'll just save that page that you saved. So I still have the coming soon Mandalorian season 3, and it's such false advertising. It's like him and Grogu. I'm like, oh, I don't see Katie Sackhoff anywhere in there.
So they have the 4 movies on Paramount Plus, but they don't have Dial of Destiny.
Because that means that these other movies that are on here are rented by Disney. Dial of Destiny.
Isn't it like a joint venture because it's technically LucasArts, Lucasfilms?
It's
It's
only
kinda
the trailer is showing here.
Yeah.
It only shows that it has the trailer. And it's everything about the movie is wrong. It says it was made in 2023. It should say 2019 to 2023.
Mm-hmm.
It says it's science fiction. Indiana Jones was never science fiction until now.
Nope.
Action and adventure. No, none of that either. And we don't have Harrison as he looks now in the picture either. This ain't nothing to write home about. What a sad end for something that was like. Did anybody walk out of the theater the same when the first time they saw Raiders, right? I was like, this guy is fucking great. It's like, I'm going to go to the library and check out a book about fucking history.
Yeah, I wonder what.
Okay, so here's something weird. When I go to my computer for Disney Plus, it only gives me the trailer button.
Yep.
But when I'm on my Roku TV, it gives me the 2 hours and 37 minutes and it says play.
It does on
and
my
then the trailer-
phone, but it won't engage. It engages the trailer.
Yeah, it gives me the error code that it's not there. Yeah. So they must be uploading it. Something's happened. So
They're reshooting it. It's time for a reshoot.
they're rewriting it.
One more editing pass. John Williams is going to write some new music. It's going to save the fucking movie.
Right.
You know what would be a good thing for that movie? Cut out the 20 minutes that makes no sense in the middle there with Antonio Banderas, where he shows up for a second and just splits. It's like Antonio Banderas shows up with like a homeless guy beard, and it's like, "Hello, I'm the most interesting man in the world." And it's like, "Well, why is he here?" And it's just like, then they just move on. It's like, what happened to Antonio Banderas? I suspect he's left over from the first attempt at the movie because his part is just like broken off in the middle of like it makes no sense.
And this is what happens when George Lucas decided to retire.
Exactly.
Well, also Steven Spielberg walked off the fucking set. He was gonna do it originally.
Seeing what we got, he had good reason to walk off.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought I'd be saying the man who gave us Rachel Ziegler did the right thing, but the man who gave us Rachel Ziegler did the right thing. Steven Spielberg in the 21st century has been as much of a disaster as Harrison Ford. What's his good movie? Saving Private Ryan was 1999. War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise.
It's not actually that bad of a movie.
No, it's not. It's
No,
actually
it's not.
pretty good.
But I'm trying to think if there's a better Spielberg movie in this century.
Ooh, that's a good question.
And I was genuinely stunned up until it took until episode 3 of Yellowstone 1923 for me to be prepared for Harrison Ford to bring so much to the role.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see some of these other roles. It's true. All of it. The Jedi, the Force, my direct deposit for this piece of shit.
And you never.
JJ's an
Okay.
idiot.
I have to do a Force Awakens thing that just kind of bothers me because you know how much Han Solo fought against hokey religions and, I'm never going to believe that stuff. And now he's like, oh, the Force is real. You're going, what? Who is this guy?
That might have been the only moment in the movie where I was like, this is something Han Solo would say. Because he's like, he'd seen some shit. But yeah, maybe something more like, you know what? Maybe it is true.
It looks like
But,
the
I mean,
only thing of real note he did was Ready Player One and Minority Report in the New Millennium.
And there
he
were
had
so
caught-
many people mad about Ready Player One.
By the way, I read this in one of the source novels. I think the author of Ready Player One mouthed off is what happens. But I've read this in the extended universe source novels. The reason why he was sent to live with Luke and the reason why Han Solo knows the Force is real is because he caught Kylo jerking off with it. Disciplinary problem. Yeah, all the
he's-
time.
He's just following in his dad's footsteps.
Yeah, no, all the time. No, but it was like 30 times a day.
Well, if we're going by canon of the books, Ben isn't even a Solo.
Well, I believe that the only
Yeah.
canon worthy of the sequel trilogy is the ones written by the Reylos. So I go with that.
That's disturbing
but-
stuff.
No, I'm a Reylo. I'm absolutely a Reylo.
You
heard
should
it here
seek
first.
mental help.
It's
I've read
one-
that Raylo fan fiction.
It's terrible.
Anyone writing that stuff, you need to be forcefully committed to psychiatric help.
Absolutely. Just give people the Daisy Ridley Adam Driver romance movie because there's an appetite for it. And neither actor knew what to do with the role except look at each other like they were thirsty. So people invented this, and by the third movie, they stole a fan theory and made it part of the movie.
Yep.
Raylo was an unintentional thing. Ryan Johnson wasn't trying to do it. JJ just was like, what do I have? Throw some shit up against the wall. See, I don't know. That's my favorite of the sequels. Rise of Skywalker is my favorite sequel.
So it's like 4
Out of-
movies stitched up into one.
Out of those three,
It's my
or
favorite.
out of the whole saga?
Out of those three.
Okay, good.
They're not
If
Star
it was
Wars.
out of the whole saga, we'd have to go to New York and force him into a padded cell.
Right.
What if I told you that I wasn't sure my favorite movie in the whole saga wasn't Revenge of the Sith, though?
Oh,
That is
okay.
disturbing but acceptable.
Yeah.
Definitely acceptable.
What if I told you that my second favorite movie is Empire,
That's
and
my
then
first.
my third is Attack of the Clones?
Okay.
Then I like A New Hope and Return of the Jedi are tied, but A New Hope's maybe a little bit above Return of the Jedi, but I realize it's a
Understandable.
better movie. I realize that it's a better movie than the other ones, and that it's actually that Empire Strikes Back is probably the best movie of all of them. But if there's a movie that I'm going to sit down and watch that's from Star Wars, if you're like, you can watch any Star Wars movie right now in this recliner, we're bringing you a Coke or we're bringing you a beer. Like, what do you want to watch? It'd be like Revenge of the Sith. And I think in the movie theater, when I saw that for the first time, I learned something about people. I learned about humanity at that movie theater. Because when Anakin says, "You're the Sith Lord," everyone in my theater gasped.
Mm-hmm.
So they're big as lemmings as they are here.
I was like, are people fucking stupid? I'm running for fucking king. So at that point, I was like, one day there'll be something called YouTube, and I'll be able to go on the air, and people will believe that I'm smart too. If they could forget that this guy was the emperor, I'm going to, and one day, like I'll go on YouTube and I'll tell people like that I understand what I'm talking about, like while I peel bananas with my feet.
As long as you're not doing it on camera, nobody will care.
When my mic is muted, I'm throwing a Samsonite suitcase around my apartment because I'm just that dumb. I've decided that like once that whole thing started, that I was too stupid to review Star Trek. I was like, I gotta lean into this one. It's too funny. It's like that's the only way to beat this one is to outflank it. I'm so dumb. I think that Warp 9 is the fastest you can go, unless you want to turn into a salamander, but only in the Delta Quadrant because it doesn't happen anywhere else.
Transwarp drive.
But he doesn't do transwarp. He just something is introduced that would never existed before. And the results of doing something aren't what we've always seen in the past, which was that there was no consequences to you for going warp 13. It might mess up your ship forever. They go warp 13 like twice in the original series.
Yep.
The episode where the people from another galaxy jack the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Or were they from the center of the galaxy? We had two energy barriers. They lived in a dangerous donut between two terrible barriers. There's an energy barrier at the center of the universe and at the edge of the universe, if I'm not incorrect.
You're correct.
That is correct.
And
How horrible.
It's like I was reading the Star Trek books, what was it? Birds of Prey. The Klingon, I'm gonna have to look up the names, but they have like maps drawn in them at the beginning of the books, and it names the Mutara Nebula like all over Klingon space.
It's mentioned in Galileo 7.
And I'm going, okay, I thought we were at different levels of nebula. You know, weren't we talking about that the other day? I don't know.
Mutari Nebula is the one from
From Wrath of Khan.
Yep.
I believe they tried to retcon that into being a classification, not the specific name at some point.
I'll have to show you
I
guys
was
that. I'll have to
I
find
was
that
okay
book.
with the
Okay.
I was okay with the results of setting off the Genesis device there because most of them tend to be stellar nurseries anyway. So the idea that there'd be a star in there didn't bug me at all. I was able to understand that even just at the age I was then. I guess I was like 10 or 12. I'd watched Cosmos, you know what I mean? That still might be the best ending of any sci-fi movie, and that still might be the best sci-fi movie. I don't know if there's a Star Wars movie as good as Wrath of Khan.
No, there isn't. I agree.
I never took the Kobayashi Maru test until now.
I don't,
Roll.
I don't believe in the no-win
Curious.
scenario.
Curious what you think of my solution. Spock! I cried, man. I was a wreck at the end of that movie. When Leonard Nimoy reads the speech or
Mhm.
delivers the speech, man, I was a wreck. I can still get a little emotional.
Isn't it on the
And I ho-
AFI's like top 100 list of best movies of all time? Because everybody
It
loves
is one of the
Spock.
best movies of all time. They earned bringing him back with a clever enough story, but yeah. Star Trek 3 is fun. We spend a lot of time on Gilligan's Island. It's like, Sarek, your face, what happened? Don't worry, David. What a dumb decision by Kirstie Alley not to come back for that role.
Well, didn't she pick up Cheers at that time?
Yeah. And she
No,
was
it was way
getting
at-
tons and tons of money.
She could have done that stupid Tom Selleck movie she did and then done that other Star Trek movie and still been in Cheers. Plenty of actors are in movies too.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, she made money, but like with the way her life went, like it's like Grace Lee Whitney didn't have it much better as far as luck and financial circumstance. So considering she could have gotten like $35 a signature every fourth minute for like 3 straight days, isn't she kind of stupid? You know? She went, bro. I just find it weird that her decision was based on following a sci-fi cult that isn't as like doesn't make as much sense as Star Trek. It's like, wait, you had a better sci-fi story right there. How could you be fooled?
Well, we're gonna have to pick this up later.
We know where to start tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, join Admiralty tomorrow at 8
Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
Eastern. And thank you for joining, and have a good night.
We love you all.